Part the Fifth, Chapter 6 of Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The unnoticed lives that the pair had hitherto led began, from the day of the suspended wedding onwards, to be observed and discussed by other persons than Arabella. The society of Spring Street and the neighbourhood generally did not understand, and probably could not have been made to understand, Sue and Jude's private minds, emotions, positions, and fears. The curious facts of a child coming to them unexpectedly, who called Jude father and Sue mother, and a hitch in a marriage ceremony intended for quietness to be performed at a registrar's office, together with rumours of the undefended cases in the law courts, bore only one translation to plain minds. Little Time, for though he was formally turned into Jude, the apt nickname stuck to him, would come home from school in the evening and repeat inquiries and remarks that had been made to him by the other boys, and cause Sue, and Jude when he heard them, a great deal of pain and sadness. The result was that shortly after the attempt at the registrar's, the pair went off, to London it was believed, for several days, hiring somebody to look to the boy. When they came back, they let it be understood, indirectly, and with total indifference and weariness of mien, that they were legally married at last. Sue, who had previously been called Mrs. Bridehead, now openly adopted the name of Mrs. Fawley. Her dull, cowed, and listless manner for days seemed to substantiate all this. But the mistake, as it was called, of their going away so secretly to do the business, kept up much of the mystery of their lives, and they found that they had made not such advances with their neighbours as they had expected to do thereby. A living mystery was not much less interesting than a dead scandal. The baker's lad and the grocer's boy, who at first had used to lift their hats gallantly to Sue when they came to execute their errands, in these days no longer took the trouble to render her that homage, and the neighbouring artisans' wives looked straight along the pavement when they encountered her. Nobody molested them, it was true, but an oppressive atmosphere began to encircle their souls, particularly after their excursion to the show, as if that visit had brought some evil influence to bear on them. And their temperaments were precisely of a kind to suffer from this atmosphere, and to be indisposed to lighten it by vigorous and open statements. Their apparent attempt at reparation had come too late to be effective. The headstone and epitaph orders fell off, and 2 or 3 months later, when autumn came, Jude perceived that he would have to return to journey work again, a course all the more unfortunate just now, in that he had not as yet cleared off the debt he had unavoidably incurred in the payment of the law costs of the previous year. One evening he sat down to share the common meal with Sue and the child as usual. "I am thinking," he said to her, "that we'll hold on here no longer. The life suits us certainly, but if we could get away to a place where we were unknown, we should be lighter-hearted and have a better chance. And so I am afraid we must break it up here, however awkward for you, poor dear." Sue was always much affected at a picture of herself as an object of pity, and she saddened. "Well, I am not sorry," she said presently. "I am much depressed by the way they look at me here, and you have been keeping on this house and furniture entirely for me and the boy. You don't want it yourself, and the expense is unnecessary. But whatever we do, wherever we go, you won't take him away from me, Jude, dear. I could not let him go now. The cloud upon his young mind makes him so pathetic to me. I do hope to lift it some day. And he loves me so. You won't take him away from me?" "Certainly I won't, dear little girl. We'll get nice lodgings wherever we go. I shall be moving about probably, getting a job here and a job there." "I shall do something too, of course, till— Well, now I can't be useful in the lettering, it behoves me to turn my hand to something else." "Don't hurry about getting employment," he said regretfully. "I don't want you to do that. I wish you wouldn't, Sue. The boy and yourself are enough for you to attend to." There was a knock at the door, and Jude answered it. Sue could hear the conversation. Is Mr. Fawley at home? Biles and Willis, the building contractors, sent me to know if you'll undertake the re-lettering of the 10 Commandments in a little church they've been restoring lately in the country near here. Jude reflected, and said he could undertake it. It's not a very artistic job, continued the messenger. The clergyman is a very old-fashioned chap, and has refused to let anything more be done to the church than cleaning and repairing. Excellent old man, said Sue to herself, who was sentimentally opposed to the horrors of over-restoration. The 10 Commandments are fixed to the east end, the messenger went on, and they want doing up with the rest of the wall there, since he won't have 'em carted off as old materials belonging to the contractor in the usual way of the trade. A bargain as to terms was struck, and Jude came indoors. There, you see, he said cheerfully, one more job yet, at any rate, and you can help in it, at least you can try. We shall have all the church to ourselves as the rest of the work is finished. Next day Jude went to the church, which was only 2 miles off. He found that what the contractor's clerk had said was true. The tables of the Jewish law towered sternly over the utensils of Christian grace, as the chief ornament of the chancel end, in the fine dry style of the last century. And as their framework was constructed of ornamental plaster, they could not be taken down for repair. A portion, crumbled by damp, required renewal, and when this had been done, and the whole cleansed, he began to renew the lettering. On the second morning Sue came to see what assistance she could render, and also because they liked to be together. The silence and emptiness of the building gave her confidence, and, standing on a safe low platform erected by Jude, which she was nevertheless timid at mounting, she began painting in the letters of the first table, while he set about mending a portion of the second. She was quite pleased at her powers. She had acquired them in the day she painted illumined texts for the church-fitting shop at Christminster. Nobody seemed likely to disturb them, and the pleasant twitter of birds and rustle of October leafage came in through an open window, and mingled with their talk. They were not, however, to be left thus snug and peaceful for long. About 12:30 there came footsteps on the gravel without. The old vicar and his churchwarden entered, and, coming up to see what was being done, seemed surprised to discover that a young woman was assisting. They passed on into an aisle, at which time the door again opened, and another figure entered, a small one, that of little Time, who was crying. Sue had told him where he might find her between school hours if he wished. She came down from her perch and said, "What's the matter, my dear?" "I couldn't stay to eat my dinner at school because they said—" He described how some boys had taunted him about his nominal mother, and Sue, grieved, expressed her indignation to Jude aloft. The child went into the churchyard, and Sue returned to her work. Meanwhile the door had opened again, and there shuffled in, with a business-like air, the white-aproned woman who cleaned the church. Sue recognized her as one who had friends in Spring Street, whom she visited. The church cleaner looked at Sue, gaped, and lifted her hands. She had evidently recognized Jude's companion, as the latter had recognized her. Next came 2 ladies, and after talking to the charwoman, they also moved forward, and as Sue stood reaching upward, watched her hand tracing the letters, and critically regarded her person in relief against the white wall, till she grew so nervous that she trembled visibly. They went back to where the others were standing, talking in undertones, and one said, Sue could not hear which, "She's his wife, I suppose?" "Some say yes, some say no," was the reply from the charwoman. "Not? Then she ought to be, or somebody's, that's very clear. They've only been married a very few weeks, whether or no. A strange pair to be painting the 2 tables. I wonder Biles and Willis could think of such a thing as hiring those." The churchwarden supposed that Biles and Willis knew of nothing wrong, and then the other, who had been talking to the old woman, explained what she meant by calling them strange people. The probable drift of the subdued conversation which followed was made plain by the churchwarden breaking into an anecdote, in a voice that everybody in the church could hear, though obviously suggested by the present situation. "Well now, it is a curious thing, but my grandfather told me a strange tale of a most immoral case that happened at the painting of the Commandments in a church out by Gaymead, which is quite within a walk of this one. In them days commandments were mostly done in gilt letters on a black ground, and that's how they were out where I say, before the old church was rebuilded. It must have been somewhere about 100 years ago that them commandments wanted doing up, just as ours do here, and they had to get men from Aldbrickham to do 'em. Now, they wished to get the job finished by a particular Sunday, so the men had to work late Saturday night, against their will, for overtime was not paid then as 'tis now. There was no true religion in the country at that date, neither among parsons' clerks nor people, and to keep the men up to their work the vicar had to let 'em have plenty of drink during the afternoon. As evening drawed on they sent for some more themselves, rum by all account. It got later and later, and they got more and more fuddled, till at last they went to putting their rum bottle and rummers upon the communion table, and drawed up a trestle or two, and sate round comfortable and poured out again right hearty bumpers. No sooner had they tossed off their glasses than, so the story goes, they fell down senseless, one and all. How long they bowed so they didn't know, but when they came to themselves there was a terrible thunderstorm a-raging, and they seemed to see in the gloom a dark figure with very thin legs and a curious voot, a-standing on a ladder, and finishing their work. When it got daylight they could see that the work was really finished, and couldn't at all mind finishing it themselves. They went home, and the next thing they heard was that a great scandal had been caused in the church that Sunday morning, for when the people came in and service began, all saw that the 10 Commandments was painted with the knots left out. Decent people wouldn't attend service there for a long time, and the bishop had to be sent for to reconsecrate the church. That's the tradition as I used to hear it as a child. You must take it for what it's worth, but this case today has reminded me of it, as I say." The visitors gave one more glance, as if to see whether Jude and Sue had left out the knots likewise, and then severally left the church, even the old woman at last. Sue and Jude, who had not stopped working, sent back the child to school, and remained without speaking, till, looking at her narrowly, he found she had been crying silently. "Never mind, comrade," he said. "I know what it is." "I can't bear that they and everybody should think people wicked because they have chosen to live their own way. It is really these opinions that make the best-intentioned people reckless, and actually become immoral." "Never be cast down. It was only a funny story." "Ah, but we suggested it. I am afraid I have done you mischief, Jude, instead of helping you by coming." To have suggested such a story was certainly not very exhilarating in a serious view of their position. However, in a few minutes Sue seemed to see that their position this morning had a ludicrous side, and wiping her eyes she laughed. "It is droll after all," she said, "that we two, of all people, with our queer history, should happen to be here painting the 10 Commandments. You a reprobate, and I in my condition. Oh dear!" And with her hand over her eyes she laughed again silently and intermittently, till she was quite weak. "That's better," said Jude gaily. "Now we are right again, aren't we, little girl?" "Oh, but it is serious all the same," she sighed as she took up the brush and righted herself. "But do you see, they don't think we are married. They won't believe it. It is extraordinary." "I don't care whether they think so or not," said Jude. "I shan't take any more trouble to make 'em." They sat down to lunch, which they had brought with them, not to hinder time, and having eaten it were about to set to work anew when a man entered the church, and Jude recognized in him the contractor Willis. He beckoned to Jude and spoke to him apart. "Here, I've just had a complaint about this," he said, with rather breathless awkwardness. "I don't wish to go into the matter, as of course I didn't know what was going on. But I'm afraid I must ask you and her to leave off, and let somebody else finish this. It is best to avoid all unpleasantness. I'll pay you for the week all the same." Jude was too independent to make any fuss, and the contractor paid him and left. Jude picked up his tools, and Sue cleansed her brush, and their eyes met. "How could we be so simple as to suppose we might do this?" said she, dropping to her tragic note. "Of course we ought not. I ought not to have come." "I had no idea that anybody was going to intrude into such a lonely place and see us," returned Jude. "Well, it can't be helped, dear. And of course I wouldn't wish to injure Willis's trade connections by staying." They sat down passively for a few minutes, proceeded out of the church, and overtaking the boy pursued their thoughtful way to Aldbrickham. Fawley had still a pretty zeal in the cause of education, and, as was natural with his experiences, he was active in furthering equality of opportunity by any humble means open to him. He had joined an Artisans' Mutual Improvement Society, established in the town about the time of his arrival there, its members being young men of all creeds and denominations, including churchmen, Congregationalists, Baptists, Unitarians, Positivists, and others. Agnostics had scarcely been heard of at this time, their one common wish to enlarge their minds forming a sufficiently close bond of union. The subscription was small, and the room homely, and Jude's activity, uncustomary acquirements, and above all singular intuition on what to read and how to set about it, begotten of his years of struggle against malignant stars, had led to his being placed on the committee. A few evenings after his dismissal from the church repairs, and before he had obtained any more work to do, he went to attend a meeting of the aforesaid committee. It was late when he arrived. All the others had come, and as he entered they looked dubiously at him, and hardly uttered a word of greeting. He guessed that something bearing on himself had been either discussed or mooted. Some ordinary business was transacted, and it was disclosed that the number of subscriptions had shown a sudden falling off for that quarter. One member, a really well-meaning and upright man, began speaking in enigmas about certain possible causes. That it behoved them to look well into their constitution, for if the committee were not respected, and had not at least in their differences a common standard of conduct, they would bring the institution to the ground. Nothing further was said in Jude's presence, but he knew what this meant, and turning to the table wrote a note resigning his office there and then. Thus the supersensitive couple were more and more impelled to go away, and then bills were sent in, and the question arose, what could Jude do with his great-aunt's heavy old furniture, if he left the town to travel he knew not whither? This, and the necessity of ready money, compelled him to decide on an auction, much as he would have preferred to keep the venerable goods. The day of the sale came on, and Sue for the last time cooked her own, the child's, and Jude's breakfast in the little house he had furnished. It chanced to be a wet day. Moreover, Sue was unwell, and not wishing to desert her poor Jude in such gloomy circumstances, for he was compelled to stay a while, she acted on the suggestion of the auctioneer's man, and ensconced herself in an upper room which could be emptied of its effects, and so kept closed to the bidders. Here Jude discovered her, and with the child and their few trunks, baskets, and bundles, and 2 chairs and a table that were not in the sale, the two sat in meditative talk. Footsteps began stamping up and down the bare stairs, the comers inspecting the goods, some of which were of so quaint and ancient a make as to acquire an advantageous value as art. The door was tried once or twice, and to guard themselves against intrusion, Jude wrote "Private" on a scrap of paper, and stuck it upon the panel. They soon found that, instead of the furniture, their own personal histories and past conduct began to be discussed to an unexpected and intolerable extent by the intending bidders. It was not till now that they really discovered what a fool's paradise of supposed unrecognition they had been living in of late. Sue silently took her companion's hand, and with eyes on each other they heard these passing remarks, the quaint and mysterious personality of Father Time being a subject which formed a large ingredient in the hints and innuendos. At length the auction began in the room below, whence they could hear each familiar article knocked down, the highly prized ones cheaply, the unconsidered at an unexpected price. "People don't understand us," he sighed heavily. "I am glad we've decided to go." "The question is, where to?" "It ought to be London. There one can live as one chooses." "No, not London, dear. I know it well. We should be unhappy there." "Why?" "Can't you think?" "Because Arabella is there." "That's the chief reason." "But in the country I shall always be uneasy lest there should be more of our late experience. And I don't care to lessen it by explaining, for one thing, all about the boy's history. To cut him off from his past I have determined to keep silence. I am sickened of ecclesiastical work now, and I shouldn't like to accept it if offered me." "You ought to have learnt classic. Gothic is barbaric art, after all. Pugin was wrong and Wren was right. Remember the interior of Christminster Cathedral, almost the first place in which we looked in each other's faces. Under the picturesqueness of those Norman details one can see the grotesque childishness of uncouth people trying to imitate the vanished Roman forms, remembered by dim tradition only." "Yes, you have half converted me to that view by what you have said before. But one can work and despise what one does. I must do something, if not church Gothic." "I wish we could both follow an occupation in which personal circumstances don't count," said she, smiling up wistfully. "I am as disqualified for teaching as you are for ecclesiastical art. You must fall back upon railway stations, bridges, theatres, music-halls, hotels, everything that has no connection with conduct." "I am not skilled in those. I ought to take to bread baking. I grew up in the baking business with Aunt, you know. But even a baker must be conventional to get customers." "Unless he keeps a cake and gingerbread stall at markets and fairs, where people are gloriously indifferent to everything except the quality of the goods." Their thoughts were diverted by the voice of the auctioneer. "Now, this antique oak settle, a unique example of old English furniture worthy the attention of all collectors." "That was my great-grandfather's," said Jude. "I wish we could have kept the poor old thing." One by one the articles went, and the afternoon passed away. Jude and the other two were getting tired and hungry, but after the conversation they had heard they were shy of going out while the purchases were in their line of retreat. However, the later lots drew on, and it became necessary to emerge into the rain soon, to take on Sue's things to their temporary lodging. "Now the next lot. 2 pairs of pigeons, all alive and plump. A nice pie for somebody for next Sunday's dinner." The impending sale of these birds had been the most trying suspense of the whole afternoon. They were Sue's pets, and when it was found that they could not possibly be kept, more sadness was caused than by parting from all the furniture. Sue tried to think away her tears as she heard the trifling sum that her dears were deemed to be worth advanced by small stages to the price at which they were finally knocked down. The purchaser was a neighbouring poulterer, and they were unquestionably doomed to die before the next market day. Noting her dissembled distress, Jude kissed her, and said it was time to go and see if the lodgings were ready. He would go on with the boy and fetch her soon. When she was left alone she waited patiently, but Jude did not come back. At last she started, the coast being clear, and on passing the poulterer's shop, not far off, she saw her pigeons in a hamper by the door. An emotion at sight of them, assisted by the growing dusk of evening, caused her to act on impulse, and first looking around her quickly, she pulled out the peg which fastened down the cover, and went on. The cover was lifted from within, and the pigeons flew away with a clatter that brought the chagrined poulterer cursing and swearing to the door. Sue reached the lodging trembling, and found Jude and the boy making it comfortable for her. "Do the buyers pay before they bring the things away?" she asked breathlessly. "Yes, I think. Why?" "Because then I have done such a wicked thing," and she explained in bitter contrition. "I shall have to pay the poulterer for them if he doesn't catch 'em," said Jude. "But never mind. Don't fret about it, dear." "It was so foolish of me. Oh, why should nature's law be mutual butchery?" "Is it so, mother?" asked the boy intently. "Yes," said Sue vehemently. "Well, they must take their chance now, poor things," said Jude. "As soon as the sale account is wound up and our bills paid, we go." "Where do we go to?" asked Time in suspense. "We must sail under sealed orders, that nobody may trace us. We mustn't go to Alfredston, or to Melchester, or to Shaston, or to Christminster. Apart from those we may go anywhere." "Why mustn't we go there, father?" "Because of a cloud that has gathered over us. Though we've wronged no man, corrupted no man, defrauded no man. Though perhaps we have done that which was right in our own eyes." End of chapter 6. Part the 5th, Chapter 7 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From that week Jude Fawley and Sue walked no more in the town of Aldbrickham. Whither they had gone nobody knew, chiefly because nobody cared to know. Anyone sufficiently curious to trace the steps of such an obscure pair might have discovered without great trouble that they had taken advantage of his adaptive craftsmanship to enter on a shifting, almost nomadic life, which was not without its pleasantness for a time. Wherever Jude heard of freestone work to be done, thither they went, choosing by preference places remote from his old haunts and Sue's. He laboured at a job, long or briefly, till it was finished, and then moved on. 2 whole years and a half passed thus. Sometimes he might have been found shaping the mullions of a country mansion, sometimes setting the parapet of a town hall, sometimes ashlaring an hotel at Sandbourne, sometimes a museum at Casterbridge, sometimes as far down as Exonbury, sometimes at Stoke Barehills. Later still he was at Kennetbridge, a thriving town not more than a dozen miles south of Marygreen, this being his nearest approach to the village where he was known, for he had a sensitive dread of being questioned as to his life and fortunes by those who had been acquainted with him during his ardent young manhood of study and promise, and his brief and unhappy married life at that time. At some of these places he would be detained for months, at others only a few weeks. His curious and sudden antipathy to ecclesiastical work, both episcopal and nonconformist, which had risen in him when suffering under a smarting sense of misconception, remained with him in cold blood, less from any fear of renewed censure than from an ultra-consciousness which would not allow him to seek a living out of those who would disapprove of his ways. Also, too, from a sense of inconsistency between his former dogmas and his present practice, hardly a shred of the beliefs with which he had first gone up to Christminster now remaining with him. He was mentally approaching the position which Sue had occupied when he first met her. On a Saturday evening in May, nearly 3 years after Arabella's recognition of Sue and himself at the agricultural show, some of those who there encountered each other met again. It was the spring fair at Kennetbridge, and though this ancient trade meeting had much dwindled from its dimensions of former times, the long straight street of the borough presented a lively scene about midday. At this hour a light trap, among other vehicles, was driven into the town by the North Road, and up to the door of a temperance inn. There alighted 2 women, one, the driver, an ordinary country person, the other a finely built figure in the deep mourning of a widow. Her sombre suit of pronounced cut caused her to appear a little out of place in the medley and bustle of a provincial fair. "I will just find out where it is, Annie," said the widow lady to her companion, when the horse and cart had been taken by a man who came forward. "And then I'll come back and meet you here, and we go in and have something to eat and drink. I begin to feel quite a sinking." "With all my heart," said the other, "though I would sooner have gone up to the Chequers or the Jack. You can't get much at these temperance houses." "Now don't you give way to gluttonous desires, my child," said the woman in weeds reprovingly. "This is the proper place. Very well, we'll meet in half an hour, unless you want to come with me to find out where the site of the new chapel is." "I don't care to. You can tell me." The companions went their several ways, the one in crape walking firmly along with a mien of disconnection from her miscellaneous surroundings. Making inquiries, she came to a hoarding within which were excavations denoting the foundations of a building, and on the boards without one or two large posters announcing that the foundation stone of the chapel about to be erected would be laid that afternoon at 3 o'clock by a London preacher of great popularity among his body. Having ascertained thus much, the immensely weeded widow retraced her steps, and gave herself leisure to observe the movements of the fair. By and by her attention was arrested by a little stall of cakes and gingerbreads, standing between the more pretentious erections of trestles and canvas. It was covered with an immaculate cloth, and tended by a young woman apparently unused to the business, she being accompanied by a boy with an octogenarian face, who assisted her. "Upon my senses," murmured the widow to herself, "his wife Sue, if she is so." She drew nearer to the stall. "How do you do, Mrs. Fawley?" she said blandly. Sue changed colour and recognized Arabella through the crape veil. "How are you, Mrs. Cartlett?" she said stiffly, and then, perceiving Arabella's garb, her voice grew sympathetic in spite of herself. "What? You have lost—" "My poor husband, yes. He died suddenly 6 weeks ago, leaving me none too well off, though he was a kind husband to me. But whatever profit there is in public housekeeping goes to them that brew the liquors, and not to them that retail 'em. And you, my little old man, you don't know me, I expect." "Yes, I do. You be the woman I thought were my mother for a bit till I found you wasn't," replied Father Time, who had learned to use the Wessex tongue quite naturally by now. "All right, never mind. I am a friend." "Juey," said Sue suddenly, "go down to the station platform with this tray. There's another train coming in, I think." When he was gone, Arabella continued, "He'll never be a beauty, will he, poor chap? Does he know I am his mother, really?" "No. He thinks there is some mystery about his parentage, that's all. Jude is going to tell him when he is a little older." "But how do you come to be doing this? I am surprised." "It is only a temporary occupation, a fancy of ours while we are in a difficulty." "Then you are living with him still?" "Yes." "Married?" "Of course." "Any children?" "2. And another coming soon, I see." Sue writhed under the hard and direct questioning, and her tender little mouth began to quiver. "Lord, I mean, goodness gracious! What is there to cry about? Some folks would be proud enough." "It is not that I am ashamed, not as you think. But it seems such a terrible tragic thing to bring beings into the world, so presumptuous, that I question my right to do it sometimes." "Take it easy, my dear. But you don't tell me why you do such a thing as this. Jude used to be a proud sort of chap, above any business almost, leave alone keeping a stand then." "Perhaps my husband has altered a little since then. I am sure he's not proud now," and Sue's lips quivered again. "I am doing this because he caught a chill early in the year, while putting up some stonework of a music hall at Quartershot, which he had to do in the rain, the work having to be executed by a fixed day. He is better than he was, but it has been a long, weary time. We have an old widow friend with us to help us through it, but she's leaving soon. Well, I am respectable too, thank God, and of a serious way of thinking since my loss. Why did you choose to sell gingerbreads?" "That was a pure accident. He was brought up to the baking business, and it occurred to him to try his hand at these, which you can make without coming out of doors. We call them Christminster cakes. They are a great success. I never saw any like 'em. Why, they are windows and towers and pinnacles. And upon my word, they are very nice." She had helped herself, and was unceremoniously munching one of the cakes. "Yes, they are reminiscences of the Christminster colleges. Traceried windows and cloisters, you see. It was a whim of his to do them in pastry." "Still harping on Christminster, even in his cakes," laughed Arabella. "Just like Jude, a ruling passion. What a queer fellow he is, and always will be." Sue sighed, and she looked her distress at hearing him criticized. "Don't you think he is? Come now, you do, though you were so fond of him." "Of course, Christminster is a sort of fixed vision with him, which I suppose he'll never be cured of believing in. He still thinks it a great centre of high and fearless thought, instead of what it is, a nest of commonplace schoolmasters, whose characteristic is timid obsequiousness to tradition." Arabella was quizzing Sue with more regard of how she was speaking than of what she was saying. "How odd to hear a woman selling cakes talk like that," she said. "Why don't you go back to school-keeping?" Sue shook her head. "They won't have me." "Because of the divorce, I suppose?" "That, and other things. And there is no reason to wish it. We gave up all ambition, and were never so happy in our lives till his illness came." "Where are you living?" "I don't care to say." "Here in Kennetbridge?" Sue's manner showed Arabella that her random guess was right. "Here comes the boy back again," continued Arabella. "My boy and Jude's." Sue's eyes darted a spark. "You needn't throw that in my face," she cried. "Very well, though I half feel as if I should like to have him with me. But Lord, I don't want to take him from me, ever I should sin to speak so profane. Though I should think you must have enough of your own. He's in very good hands, that I know, and I am not the woman to find fault with what the Lord has ordained. I've reached a more resigned frame of mind." "Indeed, I wish I had been able to do so." "You should try," replied the widow, from the serene heights of a soul conscious not only of spiritual, but of social superiority. "I make no boast of my awakening, but I am not what I was. After Cartlett's death I was passing the chapel in the street next ours, and went into it for shelter from a shower of rain. I felt a need for some sort of support under my loss, and as 'twas righter than gin, I took to going there regular, and found it a great comfort. But I've left London now, you know, and at present I am living at Alfredston with my friend Annie, to be near my old country. I'm not come here to the fair to-day. There's to be the foundation stone of a new chapel laid this afternoon by a popular London preacher, and I drove over here with Annie." Part the Fifth, Chapter 8 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the afternoon, Sue and the other people bustling about Kennetbridge Fair could hear singing inside the placarded hoarding farther down the street. Those who peeped through the opening saw a crowd of persons in broadcloth, with hymn-books in their hands, standing round the excavations for the new chapel walls. Arabella Cartlett and her weeds stood among them. She had a clear, powerful voice, which could be distinctly heard with the rest, rising and falling to the tune, her inflated bosom being also seen doing likewise. It was 2 hours later on the same day that Annie and Mrs. Cartlett, having had tea at the Temperance Hotel, started on their return journey across the high and open country which stretches between Kennetbridge and Alfredston. Arabella was in a thoughtful mood, but her thoughts were not of the new chapel, as Annie at first surmised. "No, it is something else," at last said Arabella sullenly. "I came here to-day never thinking of anybody but poor Cartlett, or of anything but spreading the gospel by means of this new tabernacle they've begun this afternoon.
But something has happened to turn my mind another way quite. Annie, I've heard of him again, and I've seen her." "Who?" "I've heard of Jude, and I've seen his wife. And ever since, do what I will, and though I've sung the hymns with all my strength, I have not been able to help thinking about un, which I've no right to do as a chapel member. Can ye fix your mind upon what was said by the London preacher to-day, and try to get rid of your wandering fancies that way?" "I do, but my wicked heart will ramble off in spite of myself." "Well, I know what it is to have a want of mind of my own too. If you only knew what I do dream sometimes o' nights, quite against my wishes, you'd say I had my struggles."
Annie, too, had grown rather serious of late, her lover having jilted her.
"What shall I do about it?"
urged Arabella morbidly.
"You could take a lock of your late lost husband's hair, and have it made into a mourning brooch, and look at it every hour of the day. I haven't a morsel, and if I had 'twould be no good. After all that's said about the comforts of this religion, I wish I had Jude back again."
"You must fight valiant against the feeling, since he's another's. And I've heard that another good thing for it, when it afflicts voluptuous widows, is to go to your husband's grave in the dusk of evening, and stand a long while bowed down."
"Pooh! I know as well as you do what I should do, only I don't do it."
They drove in silence along the straight road, till they were within the horizon of Marygreen, which lay not far to the left of their route. They came to the junction of the highway and the cross lane leading to that village, whose church tower could be seen athwart the hollow. When they got yet farther on, and were passing the lonely house in which Arabella and Jude had lived during the first months of their marriage, and where the pig-killing had taken place, she could control herself no longer.
"He's more mine than hers," she burst out. "What right has she to him, I should like to know? I'd take him from her if I could." "Fie, Abby, and your husband only 6 weeks gone. Pray against it." "Be damned if I do. Feelings are feelings, and I won't be a creeping hypocrite any longer, so there."
Arabella had hastily drawn from her pocket a bundle of tracts, which she had brought with her to distribute at the fair, and of which she had given away several. As she spoke she flung the whole remainder of the packet into the hedge.
"I've tried that sort of physic, and have failed with it. I must be as I was born." "Hush, you be excited, dear. Now you come along home quiet and have a cup of tea, and don't let us talk about it no more. We won't come out this road again as it leads to where he is, because it inflames ye so. You'll be all right again soon."
Arabella did calm herself down by degrees, and they crossed the ridgeway. When they began to descend the long straight hill, they saw, plodding along in front of them, an elderly man of spare stature and thoughtful gait. In his hand he carried a basket, and there was a touch of slovenliness in his attire, together with that indefinable something in his whole appearance which suggested one who was his own housekeeper, purveyor, confidant, and friend, through possessing nobody else at all in the world to act in those capacities for him. The remainder of the journey was downhill, and guessing him to be going to Alfredston, they offered him a lift, which he accepted. Arabella looked at him, and looked again, till at length she spoke.
"If I don't mistake, I'm talking to Mr. Phillotson."
The wayfarer faced round and regarded her in turn. "Yes, my name is Phillotson," he said, "but I don't recognize you, ma'am."
"I remember you well enough when you used to be schoolmaster at Marygreen, and I one of your scholars. I used to walk up there from Crescombe every day, because we had only a mistress down at our place, and you taught better. But you wouldn't remember me as I should you. Arabella Donn."
He shook his head. "No," he said politely, "I don't recall the name, and I should hardly recognize in your present portly self the slim school-child no doubt you were then."
"Well, I always had plenty of flesh on my bones. However, I am staying down here with some friends at present. You know, I suppose, who I married?"
"No."
"Jude Fawley, also a scholar of yours, at least a night scholar for some little time, I think, and known to you afterwards, if I am not mistaken."
Dear me," said Phillotson, starting out of his stiffness. "You!
Fawley's wife? To be sure, he had a wife, and I understood. Divorced her, as you did yours, perhaps for better reasons. Indeed. Well, he might have been right in doing it, right for both, for I soon married again, and all went pretty straight till my husband died lately. But you were decidedly wrong. No, said Phillotson with sudden testiness. I should rather not talk of this, but I am convinced I did what was only right and just and moral. I have suffered for my act and opinions, but I hold to them, though her loss was a loss to me in more ways than one. You lost your school and good income through her, did you not? I don't care to talk of it. I have recently come back here, to Marygreen, I mean. You are keeping the school there again, just as formerly? The pressure of a sadness that would out unsealed him. I am there, he replied. Just as formerly, no. Merely on sufferance. It was a last resort, a small thing to return to after my move upwards, and my long-indulged hopes, a returning to zero, with all its humiliations. But it is a refuge. I like the seclusion of the place, and the vicar, having known me before my so-called eccentric conduct towards my wife had ruined my reputation as a schoolmaster, he accepted my services when all other schools were closed against me. However, though I take £50 a year here, after taking above 200 elsewhere, I prefer it to running the risk of having my old domestic experiences raked up against me, as I should do if I tried to make a move. Right you are. A contented mind is a continual feast. She has done no better. She is not doing well, you mean? I met her by accident at Kennebridge this very day, and she is anything but thriving. Her husband is ill, and she anxious. You made a fool of a mistake about her, I tell ye again, and the harm you did yourself by dirtying your own nest serves you right, excusing the liberty. How? She was innocent. But nonsense! They did not even defend the case. That was because they didn't care to. She was quite innocent of what obtained you your freedom at the time you obtained it. I saw her just afterwards, and proved it to myself completely by talking to her. Phillotson grasped the edge of the spring cart, and appeared to be much stressed and worried by the information. Still, she wanted to go, he said. Yes, but you shouldn't have let her. That's the only way with these fanciful women that chaw high, innocent or guilty. She'd have come round in time. We all do. Custom does it. It's all the same in the end. However, I think she's fond of her man still, whatever he may be of her. You were too quick about her. I shouldn't have let her go. I should have kept her chained on. Her spirit for kicking would have been broke soon enough. There's nothing like bondage and a stone-deaf taskmaster for taming us women. Besides, you've got the laws on your side. Moses knew. Don't you call to mind what he says? Not for the moment, ma'am, I regret to say. Call yourself a schoolmaster? I used to think of it when they read it in church, and I was carrying on a bit. Then shall the man be guiltless, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. Damn rough on us women, but we must grin and put up with it. Well, she's got her deserts now. Yes, said Phillotson with biting sadness. Cruelty is the law pervading all nature and society, and we can't get out of it if we would. Well, don't you forget to try it next time, old man. I cannot answer you, madam. I have never known much of womankind. They had now reached the low levels bordering Alfredston, and passing through the outskirts approached a mill, to which Phillotson said his errand led him, whereupon they drew up and he alighted, bidding them good night in a preoccupied mood. In the meantime, Sue, though remarkably successful in her cake-selling experiment at Kennebridge Fair, had lost the temporary brightness which had begun to sit upon her sadness on account of that success. When all her Christminster cakes had been disposed of, she took upon her arm the empty basket and the cloth which had covered the standing she had hired, and giving the other things to the boy, left the street with him. They followed a lane to a distance of half a mile, till they met an old woman carrying a child in short clothes, and leading a toddler in the other hand.
Sue kissed the children and said,
"How is he now?"
"Still better,"
returned Mrs. Edlin cheerfully.
"Before you are upstairs again, your husband will be well enough, don't ye trouble."
They turned and came to some old dun-tiled cottages with gardens and fruit trees. Into one of these they entered by lifting the latch without knocking, and were at once in the general living-room. Here they greeted Jude, who was sitting in an arm-chair, the increased delicacy of his normally delicate features, and the childishly expectant look in his eyes, being alone sufficient to show that he had been passing through a severe illness.
"What, you have sold them all?"
he said, a gleam of interest lighting up his face.
"Yes, arcades, gables, east windows, and all."
She told him the pecuniary results, and then hesitated. At last, when they were left alone, she informed him of the unexpected meeting with Arabella, and the latter's widowhood. Jude was discomposed.
"What? Is she living here?"
he said.
"No, at Alfredston," said Sue.
Jude's countenance remained clouded.
"I thought I had better tell you,"
she continued, kissing him anxiously.
"Yes, dear me. Arabella not in the depths of London, but down here. It is only a little over a dozen miles across the country to Alfredston. What is she doing there?"
She told him all she knew.
"She has taken to chapel-going," Sue added, "and talks accordingly."
"Well," said Jude,
"perhaps it is for the best that we have almost decided to move on. I feel much better to-day, and shall be well enough to leave in a week or two. Then Mrs. Edlin can go home again, dear faithful old soul, the only friend we have in the world."
"Where do you think to go to?" Sue asked, a troublousness in her tones. Then Jude confessed what was in his mind. He said it would surprise her, perhaps, after his having resolutely avoided all the old places for so long. But one thing and another made him think a great deal of Christminster lately, and if she didn't mind, he would like to go back there. Why should they care if they were known? It was over-sensitive of them to mind so much. They could go on selling cakes there, for that matter, if he couldn't work. He had no sense of shame at mere poverty, and perhaps he would be as strong as ever soon, and be able to set up stone-cutting for himself there. "Why should you care so much for Christminster?" she said pensively. "Christminster cares nothing for you, poor dear." "Well, I do. I can't help it. I love the place, although I know how it hates all men like me, the so-called self-taught, how it scorns our laboured acquisitions when it should be first to respect them, how it sneers at our false quantities and mispronunciations, when it should say, 'I see you want help, my poor friend.' Nevertheless, it is the centre of the universe to me, because of my early dream, and nothing can alter it. Perhaps it would soon wake up and be generous. I pray so. I should like to go back to live there, perhaps to die there. In 2 or 3 weeks I might, I think. It will then be June, and I should like to be there by a particular day." His hope that he was recovering proved so far well grounded that in 3 weeks they had arrived in the city of many memories. Part the 6th, Chapter 1 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At Christminster again. And she humbled her body greatly, and all the places of her joy she filled with her torn hair. Esther, Apocrypha. There are two who decline, a woman and I, and enjoy our death in the darkness here. Robert Browning. On their arrival the station was lively with straw-hatted young men, welcoming young girls who bore a remarkable family likeness to their welcomers, and who were dressed up in the brightest and lightest of raiment. "The place seems gay," said Sue. "Why, it is Remembrance Day! Jude, how sly of you! You came to-day on purpose." "Yes," said Jude quietly, as he took charge of the small child, and told Arabella's boy to keep close to them, Sue attending to their own eldest. "I thought we might as well come today as on any other." "But I am afraid it will depress you," she said, looking anxiously at him up and down. "Oh, I mustn't let it interfere with our business, and we have a good deal to do before we shall be settled here. The first thing is lodgings." Having left their luggage and his tools at the station, they proceeded on foot up the familiar street, the holiday people all drifting in the same direction. Reaching the Fourways, they were about to turn off to where the accommodation was likely to be found, when, looking at the clock and the hurrying crowd, Jude said, "Let us go and see the procession, and never mind the lodgings just now. We can get them afterwards." "Oughtn't we to get a house over our heads first?" she asked. But his soul seemed full of the anniversary, and together they went down Chief Street, their smallest child in Jude's arms, Sue leading her little girl, and Arabella's boy walking thoughtfully and silently beside them. Crowds of pretty sisters in airy costumes, and meekly ignorant parents who had known no college in their youth, were under convoy in the same direction by brothers and sons bearing the opinion written large upon them that no properly qualified human beings had lived on earth till they had come to grace it here and now. "My failure is reflected on me by every one of those young fellows," said Jude. "A lesson on presumption is awaiting me today. Humiliation day for me. If you, my dear darling, hadn't come to my rescue, I should have gone to the dogs with despair." She saw from his face that he was getting into one of his tempestuous, self-harrowing moods. "It would have been better if we had gone at once about our own affairs, dear," she answered. "I am sure this sight will awaken old sorrows in you, and do no good." "Well, we are near. We will see it now," said he. They turned in on the left by the church with the Italian porch, whose helical columns were heavily draped with creepers, and pursued the lane till there arose on Jude's sight the circular theatre with that well-known lantern above it, which stood in his mind as a sad symbol of his abandoned hopes, for it was from that outlook that he had finally surveyed the city of colleges, on the afternoon of his great meditation, which convinced him at last of the futility of his attempt to be a son of the university. Today, in the open space stretching between this building and the nearest college, stood a crowd of expectant people. A passage was kept clear through their midst by two barriers of timber, extending from the door of the college to the door of the large building between it and the theatre. "Here is the place. They are just going to pass," cried Jude in sudden excitement. And pushing his way to the front, he took up a position close to the barrier, still hugging the youngest child in his arms, while Sue and the others kept immediately behind him. The crowd filled in at their back, and fell to talking, joking, and laughing as carriage after carriage drew up at the lower door of the college, and solemn stately figures in blood-red robes began to alight. The sky had grown overcast and livid, and thunder rumbled now and then. Father Time shuddered. "It do seem like the Judgment Day," he whispered. "They are only learned doctors," said Sue. While they waited, big drops of rain fell on their heads and shoulders, and the delay grew tedious. Sue again wished not to stay. "They won't be long now," said Jude, without turning his head. But the procession did not come forth, and somebody in the crowd, to pass the time, looked at the facade of the nearest college, and said he wondered what was meant by the Latin inscription in its midst. Jude, who stood near the inquirer, explained it, and finding that the people all round him were listening with interest, went on to describe the carving of the frieze, which he had studied years before, and to criticize some details of masonry in other college fronts about the city. The idle crowd, including the two policemen at the doors, stared like the Lycaonians at Paul, for Jude was apt to get too enthusiastic over any subject in hand, and they seemed to wonder how the stranger should know more about the buildings of their town than they themselves did, till one of them said, "Why, I know that man. He used to work here years ago. Jude Fawley, that's his name. Don't you mind he used to be nicknamed Tutor of St. Slums, do you mind? Because he aimed at that line of business.
He's married, I suppose, then, and that's his child he's carrying. Taylor would know him, as he knows everybody." The speaker was a man named Jack Stagg, with whom Jude had formerly worked in repairing the college masonries. Tinker Taylor was seen to be standing near. Having his attention called, the latter cried across the barriers to Jude, "You've honoured us by coming back again, my friend." Jude nodded. "And you don't seem to have done any great things for yourself by going away?" Jude assented to this also. "Except found more mouths to fill." This came in a new voice, and Jude recognized its owner to be Uncle Joe, another mason whom he had known. Jude replied good-humouredly that he could not dispute it, and from remark to remark something like a general conversation arose between him and the crowd of idlers, during which Tinker Taylor asked Jude if he remembered the Apostles' Creed in Latin still, and the night of the challenge in the public house. "But fortune didn't lie that way," threw in Joe. "Your powers wasn't enough to carry ye through." "Don't answer them any more," entreated Sue. "I don't think I like Christminster," murmured little Time mournfully, as he stood submerged and invisible in the crowd. But finding himself the centre of curiosity, quizzing, and comment, Jude was not inclined to shrink from open declarations of what he had no great reason to be ashamed of, and in a little while was stimulated to say in a loud voice to the listening throng generally, "It is a difficult question, my friends, for any young man, that question I had to grapple with, and which thousands are weighing at the present moment in these uprising times, whether to follow uncritically the track he finds himself in, without considering his aptness for it, or to consider what his aptness or bent may be, and reshape his course accordingly. I tried to do the latter, and I failed. But I don't admit that my failure proved my view to be a wrong one, or that my success would have made it a right one, though that's how we appraise such attempts nowadays. I mean, not by their essential soundness, but by their accidental outcomes. If I had ended by becoming like one of these gentlemen in red and black, that we saw dropping in here by now, everybody would have said, 'See how wise that young man was to follow the bent of his nature.' But having ended up no better than I began, they say, 'See what a fool that fellow was in following a freak of his fancy.' However, it was my poverty and not my will that consented to be beaten. It takes 2 or 3 generations to do what I tried to do in one, and my impulses, affections, vices perhaps they should be called, were too strong not to hamper a man without advantages, who should be as cold-blooded as a fish and as selfish as a pig, to have a really good chance of being one of his country's worthies. You may ridicule me. I am quite willing that you should. I am a fit subject, no doubt. But I think if you knew what I have gone through these last few years, you would rather pity me. And if they knew," he nodded towards the college at which the Dons were severally arriving, "it is just possible they would do the same." "He do look ill and worn out, it is true," said a woman. Sue's face grew more emotional, but though she stood close to Jude, she was screened. "I may do some good before I am dead, be a sort of success as a frightful example of what not to do, and so illustrate a moral story," continued Jude, beginning to grow bitter, though he had opened serenely enough. "I was perhaps, after all, a paltry victim to the spirit of mental and social restlessness that makes so many unhappy in these days." "Don't tell them that," whispered Sue with tears, at perceiving Jude's state of mind. "You weren't that. You struggled nobly to acquire knowledge, and only the meanest souls in the world would blame you." Jude shifted the child to a more easy position on his arm, and concluded, "And what I appear, a sick and poor man, is not the worst of me. I am in a chaos of principles, groping in the dark, acting by instinct and not after example. 8 or 9 years ago, when I came here first, I had a great stock of fixed opinions, but they dropped away one by one, and the further I get the less sure I am. I doubt if I have anything more for my present rule of life than following inclinations which do me and nobody else any harm, and actually give pleasure to those I love best. There, gentlemen, since you wanted to know how I was getting on, I have told you. Much good it may do you. I cannot explain further here. I perceive there is something wrong somewhere in our social formulas. What it is can only be discovered by men or women with greater insight than mine, if indeed they ever discover it, at least in our time. For who knoweth what is good for man in this life, and who can tell a man what shall be after him under the sun?" "Hear, hear," said the populace. "Well preached," said Tinker Tailor, and privately to his neighbours, "Why, one of them jobbing parsons swarming about here, that takes the services when our head reverends wants a holiday, wouldn't ha' discoursed such doctrines for less than a guinea down. Hey? I'll take my oath not one of them would. And then he must have had it wrote down for un. And this only a working man."
As a sort of objective commentary on Jude's remarks, there drove up at this moment, with a belated doctor, robed and panting, a cab whose horse failed to stop at the exact point required for setting down the hirer, who jumped out and entered the door. The driver, alighting, began to kick the animal in the belly.
"If that can be done," said Jude, "at college gates in the most religious and educational city in the world, what shall we say as to how far we've got?" "Order," said one of the policemen, who had been engaged with a comrade in opening the large doors opposite the college. "Keep your tongue quiet, my man, while the procession passes."
The rain came on more heavily, and all who had umbrellas opened them. Jude was not one of these, and Sue only possessed a small one, half sunshade. She had grown pale, though Jude did not notice it then.
"Let us go on, dear,"
she whispered, endeavouring to shelter him.
"We haven't any lodgings yet, remember, and all our things are at the station, and you are by no means well yet. I am afraid this wet will hurt you."
"They are coming now. Just a moment and I'll go," said he. A peal of 6 bells struck out. Human faces began to crowd the windows around, and the procession of heads of houses and new doctors emerged, their red and black gowned forms passing across the field of Jude's vision like inaccessible planets across an object glass. As they went, their names were called by knowing informants, and when they reached the old round theatre of Wren, a cheer rose high. "Let us go that way," cried Jude, and though it now rained steadily he seemed not to know it, and took them round to the theatre. Here they stood upon the straw that was laid to drown the discordant noise of wheels, where the quaint and frost-eaten stone busts encircling the building looked with pallid grimness on the proceedings, and in particular at the bedraggled Jude, Sue, and their children, as at ludicrous persons who had no business there.
"I wish I could get in," he said to her fervidly. "Listen, I may catch a few words of the Latin speech by staying here. The windows are open."
However, beyond the peals of the organ, and the shouts and hurrahs between each piece of oratory, Jude standing in the wet did not bring much Latin to his intelligence more than, now and then, a sonorous word in or ibus.
"Well, I'm an outsider to the end of my days," he sighed after a while. "Now I'll go, my patient Sue. How good of you to wait in the rain all this time to gratify my infatuation. I'll never care any more about the infernal cursed place. 'Pon my soul I won't. But what made you tremble so when we were at the barrier? And how pale you are, Sue!"
"I saw Richard amongst the people on the other side."
"Ah, did you?"
"He has evidently come up to Jerusalem to see the festival like the rest of us, and on that account is probably living not so very far away. He had the same hankering for the university that you had, in a milder form. I don't think he saw me, though he must have heard you speaking to the crowd, but he seemed not to notice."
"Well, suppose he did. Your mind is free from worries about him now, my Sue."
"Yes, I suppose so. But I am weak. Although I know it is all right with our plans, I felt a curious dread of him, an awe or terror of conventions I don't believe in. It comes over me at times like a sort of creeping paralysis, and makes me so sad."
"You are getting tired, Sue. Oh, I forgot, darling. Yes, we'll go at once."
They started in quest of the lodging, and at last found something that seemed to promise well in Mildew Lane, a spot which to Jude was irresistible, though to Sue it was not so fascinating, a narrow lane close to the back of a college, but having no communication with it. The little houses were darkened to gloom by the high collegiate buildings, within which life was so far removed from that of the people in the lane as if it had been on opposite sides of the globe. Yet only a thickness of wall divided them. 2 or 3 of the houses had notices of rooms to let, and the newcomers knocked at the door of one, which a woman opened. "Ah, listen," said Jude suddenly, instead of addressing her. "What?" "Why, the bells. What church can that be? The tones are familiar." Another peal of bells had begun to sound out at some distance off. "I don't know," said the landlady tartly. "Did you knock to ask that?" "No, for lodgings," said Jude, coming to himself. The householder scrutinized Sue's figure a moment. "We haven't any to let," she said, shutting the door. Jude looked discomfited, and the boy distressed. "Now, Jude," said Sue, "let me try. You don't know the way." They found a second place hard by, but the occupier, observing not only Sue, but the boy and the small children, said civilly, "I am sorry to say we don't let where there are children," and also closed the door. The small child squared his mouth and cried silently, with an instinct that trouble loomed. The boy sighed. "I don't like Christminster," he said. "Are the great old houses jails?" "No, colleges," said Jude, "which perhaps you'll study in some day." "I'd rather not," the boy rejoined. "Now we'll try again," said Sue. "I'll pull my cloak more round me. Leaving Kennetbridge for this place is like coming from Caiaphas to Pilate. How do I look now, dear?" "Nobody would notice it now," said Jude. There was one other house, and they tried a third time. The woman here was more amiable, but she had little room to spare, and could only agree to take in Sue and the children if her husband could go elsewhere. This arrangement they perforce adopted, in the stress from delaying their search till so late. They came to terms with her, though her price was rather high for their pockets. But they could not afford to be critical till Jude had time to get a more permanent abode. And in this house Sue took possession of a back room on the second floor, with an inner closet room for the children. Jude stayed and had a cup of tea, and was pleased to find that the window commanded the back of another of the colleges. Kissing all 4, he went to get a few necessaries, and look for lodgings for himself. When he was gone, the landlady came up to talk a little with Sue, and gather something of the circumstances of the family she had taken in. Sue had not the art of prevarication, and after admitting several facts as to their late difficulties and wanderings, she was startled by the landlady saying suddenly, "Are you really a married woman?" Sue hesitated, and then impulsively told the woman that her husband and herself had each been unhappy in their first marriages, after which, terrified at the thought of a second irrevocable union, and lest the conditions of the contract should kill their love, yet wishing to be together, they had literally not found the courage to repeat it, though they had attempted it 2 or 3 times. Therefore, in her own sense of the words, she was a married woman. In the landlady's sense she was not. The housewife looked embarrassed, and went downstairs. Sue sat by the window in a reverie, watching the rain. Her quiet was broken by the noise of someone entering the house, and then the voices of a man and woman in conversation in the passage below. The landlady's husband had arrived, and she was explaining to him the incoming of the lodgers during his absence. His voice rose in sudden anger. "Now, who wants such a woman here? And perhaps a confinement. Besides, didn't I say I wouldn't have children? The hall and stairs fresh painted, to be kicked about by them. You must have known all was not straight with him, coming like that. Taking in a family when I said a single man." The wife expostulated, but, as it seemed, the husband insisted on his point, for presently a tap came to Sue's door, and the woman appeared. "I am sorry to tell you, ma'am," she said, "that I can't let you have the room for the week after all. My husband objects, and therefore I must ask you to go. I don't mind your staying over tonight, as it is getting late in the afternoon, but I should be glad if you can leave early in the morning." Though she knew that she was entitled to the lodging for a week, Sue did not wish to create a disturbance between the wife and husband, and she said she would leave as requested. When the landlady had gone, Sue looked out of the window again. Finding that the rain had ceased, she proposed to the boy that, after putting the little ones to bed, they should go out and search for another place and bespeak it for the morrow, so as not to be so hard driven then as they had been that day. Therefore, instead of unpacking her boxes, which had just been sent on from the station by Jude, they sallied out into the damp though not unpleasant streets, Sue resolving not to disturb her husband with the news of her notice to quit, while he was perhaps worried in obtaining a lodging for himself. In the company of the boy she wandered into this street and into that, but though she tried a dozen different houses, she fared far worse alone than she had fared in Jude's company, and could get nobody to promise her a room for the following day. Every householder looked askance at such a woman and child inquiring for accommodation in the gloom. "I ought not to be born, ought I?" said the boy with misgiving. Thoroughly tired at last, Sue returned to the place where she was not welcome, but where at least she had temporary shelter. In her absence Jude had left his address, but Part the Sixth, Chapter 2 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sue sat looking at the bare floor of the room, the house being little more than an old intramural cottage, and then she regarded the scene outside the uncurtained window. At some distance opposite, the outer walls of Sarcophagus College, silent, black, and windowless, threw their 4 centuries of gloom, bigotry, and decay into the little room she occupied, shutting out the moonlight by night and the sun by day. The outlines of Rubric College also were discernible beyond the other, and the tower of a third further off still. She thought of the strange operation of a simple-minded man's ruling passion, that it should have led Jude, who loved her and the children so tenderly, to place them here in this depressing purlieu, because he was still haunted by his dream. Even now he did not distinctly hear the freezing negative that those scholared walls had echoed to his desire. The failure to find another lodging, and the lack of room in this house for his father, had made a deep impression on the boy. A brooding, undemonstrative horror seemed to have seized him. The silence was broken by his saying, "Mother, what shall we do tomorrow?" "I don't know," said Sue despondently. "I'm afraid this will trouble your father." "I wish father was quite well, and there had been room for him. Then it wouldn't matter so much. Poor father!" "It wouldn't. Can I do anything?" "No. All is trouble, adversity, and suffering." "Father went away to give us children room, didn't he?" "Partly." "It would be better to be out of the world than in it, wouldn't it?" "It would almost, dear." "'Tis because of us children too, isn't it, that you can't get a good lodging?" "Well, people do object to children sometimes." "Then, if children make so much trouble, why do people have them?" "Oh, because it is a law of nature." "But we don't ask to be born." "No, indeed." "And what makes it worse with me is, that you are not my real mother, and you needn't have had me unless you liked. I oughtn't to have come to 'ee, that's the real truth. I troubled 'em in Australia, and I trouble folk here. I wish I hadn't been born." "You couldn't help it, my dear." "I think that whenever children are born that are not wanted, they should be killed directly, before their souls come to 'em, and not allowed to grow up big and walk about." Sue did not reply. She was doubtfully pondering how to treat this too reflective child. She at last concluded that, so far as circumstances permitted, she would be honest and candid with one who entered into her difficulties like an aged friend. "There is going to be another in our family soon," she hesitatingly remarked. "How?" "There is going to be another baby."
What?
The boy jumped up wildly.
Oh, godmother, you've never a cent for another, and such trouble with what you've got.
Yes, I have, I am sorry to say, murmured Sue, her eyes glistening with suspended tears.
The boy burst out weeping.
Oh, you don't care! You don't care!
He cried in bitter reproach.
However could you, mother, be so wicked and cruel as this, when you needn't have done it till we was better off and father well? To bring us all into more trouble. No room for us, and father a forced to go away, and we turned out to-morrow, and yet you be going to have another of us soon. 'Tis done o' purpose, 'tis!
He walked up and down, sobbing.
You must forgive me, little Jude, she pleaded, her bosom heaving now as much as the boy's.
I can't explain. I will when you are older.
It does seem as if I have done it on purpose, now we are in these difficulties. I can't explain, dear, but it is not quite on purpose. I can't help it.
Yes, it is. It must be, for nobody could interfere with us like that unless you agreed. I won't forgive you ever, ever. I'll never believe you care for me or father or any of us any more.
He got up and went away into the closet adjoining her room, in which a bed had been spread on the floor. There she heard him say,
"If we children was gone, there'd be no trouble at all."
"Don't think that, dear," she cried rather peremptorily, "but go to sleep."
The following morning she awoke at a little past 6, and decided to get up and run across before breakfast to the inn which Jude had informed her to be his quarters, to tell him what had happened before he went out. She arose softly to avoid disturbing the children, who, as she knew, must be fatigued by their exertions of yesterday. She found Jude at breakfast in the obscure tavern he had chosen as a counterpoise to the expense of her lodging, and she explained to him her homelessness. He had been so anxious about her all night, he said. Somehow, now it was morning, the request to leave the lodgings did not seem such a depressing incident as it had seemed the night before, nor did even her failure to find another place affect her so deeply as at first. Jude agreed with her that it would not be worth while to insist upon her right to stay a week, but to take immediate steps for removal. "You must all come to this inn for a day or two," he said. "It is a rough place, and it will not be so nice for the children, but we shall have more time to look round. There are plenty of lodgings in the suburbs, in my old quarter of Beersheba. Have breakfast with me now you are here, my bird. Are you sure you are well? There will be plenty of time to get back to prepare the children's meal before they wake. In fact, I'll go with you." She joined Jude in a hasty meal, and in a quarter of an hour they started together, resolving to clear out from Sue's too respectable lodging immediately. On reaching the place and going upstairs she found that all was quiet in the children's room, and called to the landlady in timorous tones to please bring up the tea-kettle and something for their breakfast. This was perfunctorily done, and producing a couple of eggs which she had brought with her, she put them into the boiling kettle and summoned Jude to watch them for the youngsters, while she went to call them, it being now about 8:30. Jude stood bending over the kettle, with his watch in his hand, timing the eggs, so that his back was turned to the little inner chamber where the children lay. A shriek from Sue suddenly caused him to start round. He saw that the door of the room, or rather closet, which had seemed to go heavily upon its hinges as she pushed it back, was open, and that Sue had sunk to the floor just within it. Hastening forward to pick her up, he turned his eyes to the little bed spread on the boards. No children were there. He looked in bewilderment round the room. At the back of the door were fixed 2 hooks for hanging garments, and from these the forms of the 2 youngest children were suspended by a piece of box cord round each of their necks, while from a nail a few yards off the body of little Jude was hanging in a similar manner. An overturned chair was near the elder boy, and his glazed eyes were slanted into the room, but those of the girl and the baby were closed. Half paralyzed by the strange and consummate horror of the scene, he let Sue lie, cut the cords with his pocket-knife, and threw the 3 children on the bed. But the feel of their bodies in the momentary handling seemed to say that they were dead.
He caught up Sue, who was in fainting fits, and put her on the bed in the other room, after which he breathlessly summoned the landlady and ran out for a doctor. When he got back, Sue had come to herself, and the two helpless women, bending over the children in wild efforts to restore them, and the triplet of little corpses, formed a sight which overthrew his self-command. The nearest surgeon came in, but, as Jude had inferred, his presence was superfluous. The children were past saving, for though their bodies were still barely cold, it was conjectured that they had been hanging more than an hour. The probability held by the parents later on, when they were able to reason on the case, was that the elder boy, on waking, looked into the outer room for Sue, and finding her absent, was thrown into a fit of aggravated despondency that the events and information of the evening before had induced in his morbid temperament. Moreover, a piece of paper was found upon the floor, on which was written, in the boy's hand, with a bit of lead pencil that he carried, "Done because we are too many." At sight of this Sue's nerves utterly gave way, an awful conviction that her discourse with the boy had been the main cause of the tragedy, throwing her into convulsive agony which knew no abatement. They carried her away against her wish to a room on the lower floor, and there she lay, her slight figure shaken with her gasps, and her eyes staring at the ceiling, the woman of the house vainly trying to soothe her. They could hear from this chamber the people moving about above, and she implored to be allowed to go back, and was only kept from doing so by the assurance that, if there were any hope, her presence might do harm, and the reminder that it was necessary to take care of herself, lest she should endanger a coming life. Her inquiries were incessant, and at last Jude came down and told her there was no hope. As soon as she could speak, she informed him what she had said to the boy, and how she thought herself the cause of this. "No," said Jude. "It was in his nature to do it. The doctor says there are such boys springing up amongst us, boys of a sort unknown in the last generation, the outcome of new views of life. They seem to see all its terrors before they are old enough to have staying power to resist them. He says it is the beginning of the coming universal wish not to live. He's an advanced man, the doctor, but he can give no consolation to—" Jude had kept back his own grief on account of her, but he now broke down, and this stimulated Sue to efforts of sympathy which, in some degree, distracted her from her poignant self-reproach. When everybody was gone, she was allowed to see the children. The boy's face expressed the whole tale of their situation. On that little shape had converged all the inauspiciousness and shadow which had darkened the first union of Jude, and all the accidents, mistakes, fears, errors of the last. He was their nodal point, their focus, their expression in a single term. For the rashness of those parents he had groaned, for their ill assortment he had quaked, and for the misfortunes of these he had died. When the house was silent, and they could do nothing but await the coroner's inquest, a subdued, large, low voice spread into the air of the room, from behind the heavy walls at the back. "What is it?" said Sue, her spasmodic breathing suspended. "The organ from the college chapel. The organist practising, I suppose. It is the anthem from the 73rd Psalm. Truly God is loving unto Israel." She sobbed again. "Oh, oh, my babies! They had done no harm. Why should they have been taken away, and not I?" There was another stillness, broken at last by two persons in conversation somewhere without. "They are talking about us, no doubt," moaned Sue. "We are made into a spectacle unto the world, and to angels, and to men." Jude listened. "No, they are not talking of us," he said. "They are two clergymen of different views, arguing about the eastward position. Good God! The eastward position, and all creation groaning." Then another silence, till she was seized with another uncontrollable fit of grief. "There is something external to us which says, 'You shan't.' First it said, 'You shan't learn.' Then it said, 'You shan't labour.' Now it says, 'You shan't love.
He tried to soothe her by saying, "That's bitter of you, darling."
"But it's true."
Thus they waited, and she went back again to her room. The baby's frock, shoes, and socks, which had been lying on a chair at the time of his death, she would now not have removed, though Jude would fain have got them out of her sight. But whenever he touched them she implored him to let them lie, and burst out almost savagely at the woman of the house when she also attempted to put them away. Jude dreaded her dull apathetic silences almost more than her paroxysms.
"Why don't you speak to me, Jude?" she cried out after one of these. "Don't turn away from me. I can't bear the loneliness of being out of your looks."
"There, dear, here I am," he said, putting his face close to hers.
"Yes. Oh, my comrade, our perfect union, our two-in-oneness, is now stained with blood."
"Shadowed by death, that's all."
"Ah, but it was I who incited him, really, though I didn't know I was doing it. I talked to the child as one should only talk to people of mature age. I said the world was against us, that it was better to be out of life than in it at this price, and he took it literally. And I told him I was going to have another child. It upset him. Oh, how bitterly he upbraided me!"
"Why did you do it, Sue?"
"I can't tell. It was that I wanted to be truthful. I couldn't bear deceiving him as to the facts of life, and yet I wasn't truthful, for with a false delicacy I told him too obscurely. Why was I half wiser than my fellow women, and not entirely wiser? Why didn't I tell him pleasant untruths instead of half-realities? It was my want of self-control, so that I could neither conceal things nor reveal them."
"Your plan might have been a good one for the majority of cases, only in our particular case it chanced to work badly, perhaps. He must have known sooner or later."
"And I was just making my baby darling a new frock, and now I shall never see him in it, and never talk to him any more. My eyes are so swollen that I can scarcely see, and yet, little more than a year ago, I called myself happy. We went about loving each other too much, indulging ourselves to utter selfishness with each other. We said, do you remember, that we would make a virtue of joy? I said it was nature's intention, nature's law and raison d'etre, that we should be joyful in what instincts she afforded us, instincts which civilization had taken upon itself to thwart. What dreadful things I said! And now fate has given us this stab in the back for being such fools as to take nature at her word."
She sank into a quiet contemplation till she said,
"It is best, perhaps, that they should be gone. Yes, I see it is. Better that they should be plucked fresh than stay to wither away miserably."
"Yes," replied Jude. "Some say that the elders should rejoice when their children die in infancy."
"But they don't know. Oh, my babies, my babies! Could you be alive now? You may say the boy wished to be out of life, or he wouldn't have done it. It was not unreasonable for him to die. It was part of his incurably sad nature, poor little fellow. But then the others, my own children and yours."
Again Sue looked at the hanging little frock and at the socks and shoes, and her figure quivered like a string.
"I am a pitiable creature," she said, "neither good for earth nor heaven any more. I am driven out of my mind by things. What ought to be done?"
She stared at Jude and tightly held his hand. "Nothing can be done," he replied. "Things are as they are, and will be brought to their destined issue." She paused.
"Yes, who said that?"
she asked heavily. "It comes from the chorus of the Agamemnon. It has been in my mind continually since this happened."
"My poor Jude, how you've missed everything! You more than I, for I did get you. To think you should know that by your unassisted reading, and yet be in poverty and despair."
After such momentary diversions her grief would return in a wave. The jury duly came and viewed the bodies, the inquest was held, and next arrived the melancholy morning of the funeral. Accounts in the newspapers had brought to the spot curious idlers, who stood apparently counting the window-panes, and the stones of the walls. Doubt of the real relations of the couple added zest to their curiosity. Sue had declared that she would follow the two little ones to the grave, but at the last moment she gave way, and the coffins were quietly carried out of the house while she was lying down. Jude got into the vehicle, and it drove away, much to the relief of the landlord, who now had only Sue and her luggage remaining on his hands, which he hoped to be also clear of later on in the day, and so to have freed his house from the exasperating notoriety it had acquired during the week through his wife's unlucky admission of these strangers. In the afternoon he privately consulted with the owner of the house, and they agreed that if any objection to it arose from the tragedy which had occurred there, they would try to get its number changed. When Jude had seen the two little boxes, one containing little Jude, and the other, the two smallest, deposited in the earth, he hastened back to Sue, who was still in her room, and he therefore did not disturb her just then. Feeling anxious, however, he went again about 4 o'clock. The woman thought she was still lying down, but returned to him to say that she was not in her bedroom after all. Her hat and jacket too were missing. She had gone out. Jude hurried off to the public house where he was sleeping. She had not been there. Then, bethinking himself of possibilities, he went along the road to the cemetery, which he entered, and crossed to where the interments had recently taken place. The idlers who had followed to the spot by reason of the tragedy were all gone now. A man with a shovel in his hands was attempting to earth in the common grave of the 3 children, but his arm was held back by an expostulating woman who stood in the half-filled hole. It was Sue, whose coloured clothing, which he had never thought of changing for the mourning he had bought, suggested to the eye a deeper grief than the conventional garb of bereavement could express.
"He's filling them in, and he shan't till I've seen my little ones again," she cried wildly when she saw Jude. "I want to see them once more. Oh, Jude, please, Jude, I want to see them. I didn't know you would let them be taken away while I was asleep. You said perhaps I should see them once more before they were screwed down, and then you didn't. You took them away. Oh, Jude, you are cruel to me too."
"She's been wanting me to dig the grave out again, and let her get at the coffins," said the man with the spade. "She ought to be took home by the look of her. She is hardly responsible, poor thing, seemingly. Can't dig 'em up again now, ma'am. Do ye go home with your husband and take it quiet, and thank God that there'll soon be another to swage your grief." But Sue kept asking piteously, "Can't I see them once more? Just once? Can't I? Only just one little minute, Jude. It would not take long, and I should be so glad, Jude. I will be so good and not disobey you ever any more, Jude, if you will let me. I would go home quietly afterwards, and not want to see them any more. Can't I? Why can't I?" Thus she went on. Jude was thrown into such acute sorrow that he almost felt he would try to get the man to accede, but it could do no good, and might make her still worse, and he saw that it was imperative to get her home at once. So he coaxed her and whispered tenderly, and put his arm round her to support her, till she helplessly gave in, and was induced to leave the cemetery. He wished to obtain a fly to take her back, but economy being so imperative, she deprecated his doing so, and they walked along slowly, Jude in black crape, she in brown and red clothing. They were to have gone to a new lodging that afternoon, but Jude saw that it was not practicable, and in course of time they entered the now hated house. Sue was at once got to bed, and the doctor sent for. Jude waited all the evening downstairs. At a very late hour the intelligence was brought to him. Part the 6th, Chapter 3 of Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sue was convalescent, though she had hoped for death, and Jude had again obtained work at his old trade. They were in other lodgings now, in the direction of Beersheba, and not far from the church of ceremonies, St. Silas. They would sit silent, more bodeful of the direct antagonism of things than of their insensate and stolid obstructiveness. Vague and quaint imaginings had haunted Sue in the days when her intellect scintillated like a star, that the world resembled a stanza or melody composed in a dream. It was wonderfully excellent to the half-aroused intelligence, but hopelessly absurd at the full waking. That the first cause worked automatically like a somnambulist, and not reflectively like a sage. That at the framing of the terrestrial conditions there seemed never to have been contemplated such a development of emotional perceptiveness among the creatures subject to those conditions as that reached by thinking and educated humanity. But affliction makes opposing forces loom anthropomorphous, and those ideas were now exchanged for a sense of Jude and herself fleeing from a persecutor. "We must conform," she said mournfully. "All the ancient wrath of the power above us has been vented upon us, his poor creatures. And we must submit. There is no choice. We must. It is no use fighting against God." "It is only against man and senseless circumstance," said Jude. "True," she murmured. "What have I been thinking of? I am getting as superstitious as a savage. But whoever or whatever our foe may be, I am cowed into submission. I have no more fighting strength left, no more enterprise. I am beaten, beaten. We are made a spectacle unto the world, and to angels, and to men. I am always saying that now." "I feel the same." "What shall we do? You are in work now, but remember, it may only be because our history and relations are not absolutely known. Possibly, if they knew our marriage had not been formalized, they would turn you out of your job as they did at Aldbrickham." "I hardly know. Perhaps they would hardly do that. However, I think that we ought to make it legal now, as soon as you are able to go out." "You think we ought?" "Certainly." And Jude fell into thought. "I have seemed to myself lately," he said, "to belong to that vast band of men shunned by the virtuous, the men called seducers. It amazes me when I think of it. I have not been conscious of it, or of any wrongdoing towards you, whom I love more than myself. Yet I am one of those men. And I wonder if any other of them are the same purblind, simple creatures as I. Yes, Sue, that's what I am. I seduced you. You were a distinct type, a refined creature, intended by nature to be left intact. But I couldn't leave you alone." "No, no, Jude," she said quickly. "Don't reproach yourself with being what you are not. If anybody is to blame, it is I." "I supported you in your resolve to leave Phillotson, and without me perhaps you wouldn't have urged him to let you go." "I should have just the same. As to ourselves, the fact of our not having entered into a legal contract is a saving feature in our union. We have thereby avoided insulting, as it were, the solemnity of our first marriages." "Solemnity?" Jude looked at her with some surprise, and grew conscious that she was not the Sue of their earlier time. "Yes," she said, with a little quiver in her words. "I have had dreadful fears, a dreadful sense of my own insolence of action. I have thought that I am still his wife." "Whose?" "Richard's." "Good God, dearest! Why?" "Oh, I can't explain. Only the thought comes to me." "It is your weakness, a sick fancy, without reason or meaning. Don't let it trouble you." Sue sighed uneasily. As a set-off against such discussions as these there had come an improvement in their pecuniary position, which earlier in their experience would have made them cheerful. Jude had quite unexpectedly found good employment at his old trade almost directly he arrived, the summer weather suiting his fragile constitution. And outwardly his days went on with that monotonous uniformity which is in itself so grateful after vicissitude. People seemed to have forgotten that he had ever shown any awkward aberrancies, and he daily mounted to the parapets and copings of colleges he could never enter, and renewed the crumbling freestones of mullioned windows he could never look from, as if he had known no wish to do otherwise.
There was this change in him, that he did not often go to any service at the churches now. One thing troubled him more than any other, that Sue and himself had mentally travelled in opposite directions since the tragedy. Events which had enlarged his own views of life, laws, customs, and dogmas, had not operated in the same manner on Sue's. She was no longer the same as in the independent days, when her intellect played like lambent lightning over conventions and formalities which he at that time respected, though he did not now. On a particular Sunday evening he came in rather late. She was not at home, but she soon returned, when he found her silent and meditative. "What are you thinking of, little woman?" he asked curiously.
"Oh, I can't tell clearly. I have thought that we have been selfish, careless, even impious in our courses, you and I. Our life has been a vain attempt at self-delight, but self-abnegation is the higher road. We should mortify the flesh, the terrible flesh, the curse of Adam."
"Sue," he murmured, "what has come over you?"
"We ought to be continually sacrificing ourselves on the altar of duty. But I have always striven to do what has pleased me. I well deserve the scourging I have got. I wish something would take the evil right out of me, and all my monstrous errors, and all my sinful ways."
"Sue, my own too suffering dear, there is no evil woman in you. Your natural instincts are perfectly healthy, not quite so impassioned perhaps as I could wish, but good and dear and pure. As I have often said, you are absolutely the most ethereal, least sensual woman I ever knew to exist without inhuman sexlessness. Why do you talk in such a changed way? We have not been selfish, except when no one could profit by our being otherwise. You used to say that human nature was noble and long-suffering, not vile and corrupt, and at last I thought you spoke truly, and now you seem to take such a much lower view."
"I want a humble heart and a chastened mind, and I have never had them yet."
"You have been fearless, both as a thinker and as a feeler, and you deserved more admiration than I gave. I was too full of narrow dogmas at that time to see it."
"Don't say that, Jude. I wish my every fearless word and thought could be rooted out of my history. Self-renunciation, that's everything. I cannot humiliate myself too much. I should like to prick myself all over with pins and bleed out the badness that's in me."
"Hush," he said, pressing her little face against his breast, as if she were an infant. "It is bereavement that has brought you to this. Such remorse is not for you, my sensitive plant, but for the wicked ones of the earth who never feel it."
"I ought not to stay like this,"
she murmured,
when she had remained in the position a long while.
"Why not?"
"It is indulgence."
"Still on the same tack? But is there anything better on earth than that we should love one another?"
"Yes. It depends on the sort of love, and yours, ours, is the wrong."
"I won't have it, Sue. Come, when do you wish our marriage to be signed in the vestry?" She paused and looked up uneasily.
"Never,"
she whispered. Not knowing the whole of her meaning, he took the objection serenely, and said nothing. Several minutes elapsed, and he thought she had fallen asleep, but he spoke softly and found that she was wide awake all the time. She sat upright and sighed. "There is a strange, indescribable perfume or atmosphere about you tonight, Sue," he said. "I mean not only mentally, but about your clothes also. A sort of vegetable scent, which I seem to know, yet cannot remember."
"It is incense."
"Incense?"
"I have been to the service at St. Silas's, and I was in the fumes of it."
"Oh, St. Silas?"
"Yes, I go there sometimes."
"Indeed? You go there?"
"You see, Jude, it is lonely here in the weekday mornings when you are at work, and I think and think of my—"
She stopped till she could control the lumpiness of her throat.
"And I have taken to go in there, as it is so near."
"Oh, well, of course I say nothing against it, only it is odd for you. They little think what sort of a child is among them."
"What do you mean, Jude?"
"Well, a sceptic, to be plain."
How can you pain me so, dear Jude, in my trouble? Yet I know you didn't mean it. But you ought not to say that.
I won't, but I am much surprised.
Well, I want to tell you something else, Jude. You won't be angry, will you? I have thought of it a good deal since my babies died. I don't think I ought to be your wife, or as your wife, any longer.
What? But you are.
From your point of view, but—
Of course we were afraid of the ceremony, and a good many others would have been in our places, with such strong reasons for fears. But experience has proved how we misjudged ourselves, and overrated our infirmities, and if you are beginning to respect rites and ceremonies, as you seem to be, I wonder you don't say it shall be carried out instantly. You certainly are my wife, Sue, in all but law. What do you mean by what you said?
I don't think I am.
Not? But suppose we had gone through the ceremony. Would you feel that you were then?
No, I should not feel even then that I was. I should feel worse than I do now.
Why so, in the name of all that's perverse, my dear?
Because I am Richard's.
Ah, you hinted that absurd fancy to me before.
It was only an impression with me then. I feel more and more convinced as time goes on that I belong to him or to nobody.
Why, good heavens! How we are changing places!
Yes, perhaps so.
Some few days later, in the dusk of the summer evening, they were sitting in the same small room downstairs, when a knock came to the front door of the carpenter's house, where they were lodging, and in a few moments there was a tap at the door of their room. Before they could open it, the comer did so, and a woman's form appeared.
"Is Mr. Fawley here?"
Sue and Jude started as he mechanically replied in the affirmative, for the voice was Arabella's. He formally requested her to come in, and she sat down in the window bench, where they could distinctly see her outline against the light, but no characteristics that enabled them to estimate her general aspect and air. Yet something seemed to denote that she was not quite so comfortably circumstanced, nor so bouncingly attired as she had been during Cartlett's lifetime. The three attempted an awkward conversation about the tragedy, of which Jude had felt it to be his duty to inform her immediately, though she had never replied to his letter.
"I have just come from the cemetery," she said. "I inquired and found the child's grave. I couldn't come to the funeral. Thank you for inviting me all the same. I read about it in the papers, and I felt I wasn't wanted."
"No, I couldn't come to the funeral," repeated Arabella, who, seeming utterly unable to reach the ideal of a catastrophic manner, fumbled with iterations.
"But I am glad I found the grave, and 'tis your trade, Jude. You'll be able to put up a handsome headstone to him."
"I shall put up a headstone," said Jude drearily.
"He was my child, and naturally I feel for him."
"I hope so. We all did."
"The others that weren't mine I didn't feel so much for, as was natural."
"Of course."
A sigh came from the dark corner where Sue sat. "I had often wished I had mine with me," continued Mrs. Cartlett. "Perhaps 'twouldn't have happened then. But of course I didn't wish to take him away from your wife." "I am not his wife,"
came from Sue. The unexpectedness of her words struck Jude silent. "Oh, I beg your pardon, I'm sure," said Arabella. "I thought you were." Jude had known from the quality of Sue's tone that her new and transcendental views lurked in her words, but all except their obvious meaning was, naturally, missed by Arabella. The latter, after evincing that she was struck by Sue's avowal, recovered herself, and went on to talk with placid bluntness about her boy, for whom, though in his lifetime she had shown no care at all, she now exhibited a ceremonial mournfulness that was apparently sustaining to the conscience. She alluded to the past, and in making some remark appealed again to Sue. There was no answer. Sue had invisibly left the room. "She said she was not your wife," resumed Arabella in another voice.
Why should she do that?"
"I cannot inform you," said Jude shortly.
"She isn't she? She once told me so."
"I don't criticize what she says."
"Ah, I see. Well, my time is up. I am staying here tonight, and thought I could do no less than call after our mutual affliction. I am sleeping at the place where I used to be barmaid, and tomorrow I go back to Alfredston. Father is home again, and I am living with him."
"Has he returned from Australia?" said Jude with languid curiosity.
"Yes. Couldn't get on there. Had a rough time of it. Mother died of this—what-do-you-call-it, in the hot weather, and father and two of the young ones have just got back. He has got a cottage near the old place, and for the present I am keeping house for him."
Jude's former wife had maintained a stereotyped manner of strict good breeding, even now that Sue was gone, and limited her stay to a number of minutes that should accord with the highest respectability. When she had departed, Jude, much relieved, went to the stairs and called Sue, feeling anxious as to what had become of her. There was no answer, and the carpenter who kept the lodgings said she had not come in. Jude was puzzled, and became quite alarmed at her absence, for the hour was growing late. The carpenter called his wife, who conjectured that Sue might have gone to St. Silas's church, as she often went there.
"Surely not at this time of night," said Jude. "It is shut." "She knows somebody who keeps the key, and she has it whenever she wants it."
"How long has she been going on with this?"
"Oh, some few weeks, I think."
Jude went vaguely in the direction of the church, which he had never once approached since he lived out that way years before, when his young opinions were more mystical than they were now. The spot was deserted, but the door was certainly unfastened. He lifted the latch without noise, and pushing to the door behind him, stood absolutely still inside. The prevalent silence seemed to contain a faint sound, explicable as a breathing or a sobbing, which came from the other end of the building. The floor-cloth deadened his footsteps as he moved in that direction through the obscurity, which was broken only by the faintest reflected night-light from without. High overhead, above the chancel steps, Jude could discern a huge, solidly constructed Latin cross, as large probably as the original it was designed to commemorate. It seemed to be suspended in the air by invisible wires. It was set with large jewels, which faintly glimmered in some weak ray caught from outside, as the cross swayed to and fro in a silent and scarcely perceptible motion. Underneath upon the floor lay what appeared to be a heap of black clothes, and from this was repeated the sobbing that he had heard before. It was his Sue's form, prostrate on the paving. "Sue," he whispered. Something white disclosed itself. She had turned up her face.
"What do you want with me here, Jude?"
she said almost sharply.
"You shouldn't come. I wanted to be alone. Why did you intrude here?"
"How can you ask?" he retorted in quick reproach, for his full heart was wounded to its centre at this attitude of hers towards him. "Why do I come? Who has a right to come, I should like to know, if I have not? I, who love you better than my own self, better, far better than you have loved me. What made you leave me to come here alone?"
"Don't criticize me, Jude. I can't bear it. I have often told you so. You must take me as I am. I am a wretch, broken by my distractions. I couldn't bear it when Arabella came. I felt so utterly miserable I had to come away. She seems to be your wife still, and Richard to be my husband."
"But they are nothing to us."
"Yes, dear friend, they are. I see marriage differently now. My babies have been taken from me to show me this. Arabella's child killing mine was a judgment, the right slaying the wrong. What shall I do? I am such a vile creature, too worthless to mix with ordinary human beings."
"This is terrible," said Jude, verging on tears. "It is monstrous and unnatural for you to be so remorseful when you have done no wrong."
"Ah, you don't know my badness,"
he returned vehemently. "I do. Every atom and dreg of it.
You make me hate Christianity, or mysticism, or sacerdotalism, or whatever it may be called, if it is that which has caused this deterioration in you. That a woman poet, a woman seer, a woman whose soul shone like a diamond, whom all the wise of the world would have been proud of if they could have known you, should degrade herself like this. I am glad I had nothing to do with divinity, damn glad, if it's going to ruin you in this way."
"You are angry, Jude, and unkind to me, and don't see how things are."
"Then come along home with me, dearest, and perhaps I shall. I am overburdened, and you too are unhinged just now." He put his arm round her and lifted her, but though she came, she preferred to walk without his support.
"I don't dislike you, Jude," she said in a sweet and imploring voice. "I love you as much as ever, only I ought not to love you any more. Oh, I must not any more."
"I can't own it."
"But I have made up my mind that I am not your wife. I belong to him. I sacramentally joined myself to him for life. Nothing can alter it."
"But surely we are man and wife, if ever two people were in this world. Nature's own marriage it is, unquestionably."
"But not heaven's. Another was made for me there, and ratified eternally in the church at Melchester."
"Sue, Sue, affliction has brought you to this unreasonable state. After converting me to your views on so many things, to find you suddenly turn to the right about like this, for no reason whatever, confounding all you have formerly said, through sentiment merely. You root out of me what little affection and reverence I had left in me for the church as an old acquaintance. What I can't understand in you is your extraordinary blindness now to your old logic. Is it peculiar to you, or is it common to woman? Is a woman a thinking unit at all, or a fraction always wanting its integer? How you argue that marriage was only a clumsy contract, which it is. How you showed all the objections to it, all the absurdities. If 2 and 2 made 4 when we were happy together, surely they make 4 now. I can't understand it, I repeat."
"Ah, dear Jude, that's because you are like a totally deaf man observing people listening to music. You say, 'What are they regarding? Nothing is there.' But something is."
"That is a hard saying from you, and not a true parallel. You threw off old husks of prejudices, and taught me to do it, and now you go back upon yourself. I confess I am utterly stultified in my estimate of you."
"Dear friend, my only friend, don't be hard with me. I can't help being as I am. I am convinced I am right, that I see the light at last. But oh, how to profit by it!"
They walked along a few more steps till they were outside the building, and she had returned the key.
"Can this be the girl?" said Jude when she came back,
feeling a slight renewal of elasticity now that he was in the open street.
"Can this be the girl who brought the pagan deities into this most Christian city, who mimicked Miss Fontover when she crushed them with her heel, quoted Gibbon and Shelley and Mill? Where are dear Apollo and dear Venus now?"
"Oh, don't be so cruel to me, Jude, and I so unhappy," she sobbed. "I can't bear it. I was in error. I cannot reason with you. I was wrong, proud in my own conceit. Arabella's coming was the finish. Don't satirize me. It cuts like a knife."
He flung his arms round her and kissed her passionately there in the silent street, before she could hinder him. They went on till they came to a little coffee-house.
"Jude,"
she said with suppressed tears,
"would you mind getting a lodging here?"
"I will, if you really wish. But do you? Let me go to our door and understand you."
He went and conducted her in. She said she wanted no supper, and went in the dark upstairs and struck a light. Turning, she found that Jude had followed her, and was standing at the chamber door. She went to him, put her hand in his, and said, "Good night."
"But, Sue, don't we live here?"
"You said you would do as I wished."
"Yes, very well. Perhaps it was wrong of me to argue distastefully as I have done. Perhaps, as we couldn't conscientiously marry at first in the old-fashioned way, we ought to have parted. Perhaps the world is not illuminated enough for such experiments as ours.
Who are we to think we could act as pioneers?
I am so glad you see that much at any rate. I never deliberately meant to do as I did. I slipped into my false position through jealousy and agitation.
But surely through love. You loved me.
Yes, but I wanted to let it stop there, and go on always as mere lovers until—
But people in love couldn't live forever like that.
Women could. Men can't, because they won't. An average woman is in this superior to an average man, that she never instigates, only responds. We ought to have lived in mental communion, and no more.
I was the unhappy cause of the change, as I have said before. Well, as you will. But human nature can't help being itself.
Oh yes, that's just what it has to learn. Self-mastery.
I repeat, if either were to blame, it was not you, but I.
No, it was I. Your wickedness was only the natural man's desire to possess the woman. Mine was not the reciprocal wish, till envy stimulated me to oust Arabella. I had thought I ought in charity to let you approach me, that it was damnably selfish to torture you as I did my other friend. But I shouldn't have given way if you hadn't broken me down by making me fear you would go back to her. But don't let us say any more about it. Jude, will you leave me to myself now?
Yes. But Sue, my wife as you are, he burst out, my old reproach to you was, after all, a true one. You have never loved me as I love you. Never, never. Yours is not a passionate heart. Your heart does not burn in a flame. You are, upon the whole, a sort of fay or sprite, not a woman.
At first I did not love you, Jude, that I own. When I first knew you, I merely wanted you to love me. I did not exactly flirt with you, but that inborn craving which undermines some women's morals, almost more than unbridled passion, the craving to attract and captivate, regardless of the injury it may do the man, was in me. And when I found I had caught you, I was frightened. And then, I don't know how it was, I couldn't bear to let you go. Possibly to Arabella again, and so I got to love you, Jude. But you see, however fondly it ended, it began in the selfish and cruel wish to make your heart ache for me, without letting mine ache for you.
And now you add to your cruelty by leaving me.
Ah, yes. The further I flounder, the more harm I do.
Oh, Sue, he said with a sudden sense of his own danger, do not do this immoral thing for moral reasons. You have been my social salvation. Stay with me for humanity's sake. You know what a weak fellow I am. My two arch-enemies you know, my weakness for womankind and my impulse to strong liquor. Don't abandon me to them, Sue, to save your own soul only. They have been kept entirely at a distance since you became my guardian angel. Since I have had you, I have been able to go into any temptations of the sort without risk. Is it my safety worth a little sacrifice of dogmatic principle? I am in terror lest, if you leave me, it will be with me another case of the pig that was washed, turning back to wallowing in the mire.
Sue burst out weeping. Oh, but you must not, Jude. You won't. I pray for you night and day.
Well, never mind. Don't grieve, said Jude generously. I did suffer, God knows, about you at that time, and now I suffer again. But perhaps not so much as you. The woman mostly gets the worst of it in the long run.
She does.
Unless she is absolutely worthless and contemptible. And this one is not that, anyhow. Sue drew a nervous breath or two.
She is, I fear. Now, Jude, good night, please.
I mustn't stay, not just once more, as it has been so many times. Oh, Sue, my wife, why not?
No, no, not wife. I am in your hands, Jude. Don't tempt me back now I have advanced so far.
Very well, I do your bidding. I owe that to you, darling, in penance for how I overruled it at the first time. My God, how selfish I was! Perhaps I spoilt one of the highest and purest loves that ever existed between man and woman. Then let the veil of our temple be rent in two from this hour. He went to the bed, removed one of the pair of pillows thereon, and flung it to the floor. Sue looked at him, and bending over the bed rail, wept silently. "Don't you see that it is a matter of conscience with me, and not of dislike to you?" she brokenly murmured. "Dislike to you? But I can't say any more. It breaks my heart. It will be undoing all I have begun. Jude, good night." "Good night," he said, and turned to go.
"But you shall kiss me," she said, starting up. "I can't bear."
He clasped her and kissed her weeping face, as he had scarcely ever done before, and they remained in silence till she said, "Goodbye, goodbye," and then, gently pressing him away, she got free, trying to mitigate the sadness by saying, "We'll be dear friends just the same, Jude, won't we? And we'll see each other sometimes, yes, and forget all this, and try to be as we were long ago." Part the 6th, Chapter 4 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The man whom Sue, in her mental volte-face, was now regarding as her inseparable husband, lived still at Marygreen. On the day before the tragedy of the children, Phillotson had seen both her and Jude as they stood in the rain at Christminster watching the procession to the theatre. But he had said nothing of it at the moment to his companion Gillingham, who, being an old friend, was staying with him at the village aforesaid, and had indeed suggested the day's trip to Christminster. "What are you thinking of?" said Gillingham as they went home. "The university degree you never obtained?" "Oh, no," said Phillotson gruffly. "Of somebody I saw today." In a moment he added, "Susanna. I saw her too." "You said nothing." "I didn't wish to draw your attention to her. But, as you did see her, you should have said, 'How do you do, dear, that was?'" "Oh, well, I might have. But what do you think of this? I have good reason for supposing that she was innocent when I divorced her, that I was all wrong. Yes, indeed. Awkward, isn't it?" "She has taken care to set you right since, anyhow, apparently." "Ah, that's a cheap sneer. I ought to have waited, unquestionably." At the end of the week, when Gillingham had gone back to his school near Shaston, Phillotson, as was his custom, went to Alfredston market, ruminating again on Arabella's intelligence, as he walked down the long hill which he had known before Jude knew it, though his history had not beaten so intensely upon its incline. Arrived in the town, he bought his usual weekly local paper, and when he had sat down in an inn to refresh himself for the 5 miles walk back, he pulled the paper from his pocket and read a while. The account of the strange suicide of a stonemason's children met his eye. Unimpassioned as he was, it impressed him painfully, and puzzled him not a little, for he could not understand the age of the elder child being what it was stated to be. However, there was no doubt that the newspaper report was in some way true. "Their cup of sorrow is now full," he said, and thought of Sue, and what she had gained by leaving him. Arabella, having made her home at Alfredston, and the schoolmaster coming to market there every Saturday, it was not wonderful that in a few weeks they met again, the precise time being just after her return from Christminster, where she had stayed much longer than she had first intended, keeping an interested eye on Jude, though Jude had seen no more of her. Phillotson was on his way homeward when he encountered Arabella, and she was approaching the town. "You like walking out this way, Mrs. Cartlett?" he said. "I've just begun to again," she replied. "It is where I lived as a maid and wife, and all the past things of my life that are interesting to my feelings are mixed up with this road, and they have been stirred up in me too lately,
for I've been visiting at Christminster. Yes, I've seen Jude."
"Ah? How do they bear their terrible affliction?"
"In a very strange way. Very strange. She don't live with him any longer. I only heard of it as a certainty just before I left, though I had thought things were drifting that way, from their manner when I called on them."
"Not live with her husband? Why, I should have thought 'twould have united them more."
"He's not her husband after all. She has never really married him, although they have passed as man and wife so long. And now, instead of this sad event making him hurry up and get the thing legally done, she's took in a queer religious way, just as I was in my affliction at losing Cartlett, only hers is of a more hysterical sort than mine. And she says, so I was told, that she's your wife in the eyes of heaven and the church, yours only, and can't be anybody else's by any act of man."
"Oh, indeed. Separated, have they?"
"You see, the eldest boy was mine."
"Oh, yours?"
"Yes, poor little fellow. Born in lawful wedlock, thank God. And perhaps she feels, over and above other things, that I ought to have been in her place. I can't say. However, as for me, I am soon off from here. I've got father to look after now, and we can't live in such a humdrum place as this. I hope soon to be in a bar at Christminster or some other big town."
They parted. When Phillotson had ascended the hill a few steps he stopped, hastened back, and called her.
"What is or was their address?"
Arabella gave it.
"Thank you. Good afternoon."
Arabella smiled grimly as she resumed her way, and practised dimple-making all along the road from where the pollard willows began to the old almshouses in the first street of the town. Meanwhile Phillotson ascended to Marygreen, and for the first time during a lengthened period he lived with a forward eye. On crossing under the large trees of the green to the humble schoolhouse to which he had been reduced, he stood a moment, and pictured Sue coming out of the door to meet him. No man had ever suffered more inconvenience from his own charity, Christian or heathen, than Phillotson had done in letting Sue go. He had been knocked about from pillar to post at the hands of the virtuous almost beyond endurance. He had been nearly starved, and was now dependent entirely upon the very small stipend from the school of this village, where the parson had got ill spoken of for befriending him. He had often thought of Arabella's remarks, that he should have been more severe with Sue, that her recalcitrant spirit would soon have been broken. Yet such was his obstinate and illogical disregard of opinion, and of the principles in which he had been trained, that his convictions on the rightness of his course with his wife had not been disturbed. Principles which could be subverted by feeling in one direction were liable to the same catastrophe in another. The instincts which had allowed him to give Sue her liberty now enabled him to regard her as none the worse for her life with Jude. He wished for her still, in his curious way, if he did not love her, and, apart from policy, soon felt that he would be gratified to have her again as his, always provided that she came willingly. But artifice was necessary, he had found, for stemming the cold and inhumane blast of the world's contempt. And here were the materials ready-made. By getting Sue back and remarrying her on the respectable plea of having entertained erroneous views of her, and gained his divorce wrongfully, he might acquire some comfort, resume his old courses, perhaps return to the Shaston school, if not even to the church as a licentiate. He thought he would write to Gillingham to inquire his views, and what he thought of his, Phillotson's, sending a letter to her. Gillingham replied, naturally, that now she was gone it were best to let her be, and considered that if she were anybody's wife, she was the wife of the man to whom she had borne 3 children, and owed such tragical adventures. Probably, as his attachment to her seemed unusually strong, the singular pair would make their union legal in course of time, and all would be well and decent and in order. "But they won't," "Sue won't!" exclaimed Phillotson to himself. "Gillingham is so matter-of-fact. She's affected by Christminster sentiment and teaching. I can see her views on the indissolubility of marriage well enough, and I know where she got them. They are not mine, but I shall make use of them to further mine." He wrote a brief reply to Gillingham. "I know I am entirely wrong, but I don't agree with you. As to her having lived with and had 3 children by him, my feeling is, though I can advance no logical or moral defence of it, on the old lines, that it has done little more than finish her education. I shall write to her, and learn whether what that woman said is true or no." As he had made up his mind to do this before he had written to his friend, there had not been much reason for writing to the latter at all. However, it was Phillotson's way to act thus. He accordingly addressed a carefully considered epistle to Sue, and, knowing her emotional temperament, threw a Rhadamanthine strictness into the lines here and there, carefully hiding his heterodox feelings not to frighten her. He stated that, it having come to his knowledge that her views had considerably changed, he felt compelled to say that his own, too, were largely modified by events subsequent to their parting. He would not conceal from her that passionate love had little to do with his communication. It arose from a wish to make their lives, if not a success, at least no such disastrous failure as they threatened to become, through his acting on what he had considered at the time a principle of justice, charity, and reason. To indulge one's instinctive and uncontrolled sense of justice and right was not, he had found, permitted with impunity in an old civilization like ours. It was necessary to act under an acquired and cultivated sense of the same, if he wished to enjoy an average share of comfort and honour, and to let crude loving-kindness take care of itself. He suggested that she should come to him there at Marygreen. On second thoughts he took out the last paragraph but one, and having rewritten the letter he dispatched it immediately, and in some excitement awaited the issue. A few days after, a figure moved through the white fog which enveloped the Beersheba suburb of Christminster, towards the quarter in which Jude Fawley had taken up his lodging since his division from Sue. A timid knock sounded upon the door of his abode. It was evening, so he was at home, and by a species of divination he jumped up and rushed to the door himself. "Will you come out with me? I would rather not come in. I want to talk to you, and to go with you to the cemetery." It had been in the trembling accents of Sue that these words came. Jude put on his hat. "It is dreary for you to be out," he said, "but if you prefer not to come in, I don't mind." "Yes, I do. I shall not keep you long." Jude was too much affected to go on talking at first. She, too, was now such a mere cluster of nerves that all initiatory power seemed to have left her, and they proceeded through the fog like Acherontic shades for a while, without sound or gesture. "I want to tell you," she presently said, her voice now quick, now slow, "so that you may not hear of it by chance. I am going back to Richard. He has so magnanimously agreed to forgive all." "Going back? How can you go—" "He is going to marry me again. That is, for form's sake, and to satisfy the world, which does not see things as they are. But of course I am his wife already. Nothing has changed that." He turned upon her with an anguish that was well nigh fierce. "But you are my wife! Yes, you are. You know it. I have always regretted that feint of ours in going away and pretending to come back legally married, to save appearances. I loved you, and you loved me, and we closed with each other, and that made the marriage. We still love. You as well as I know it, Sue. Therefore our marriage is not cancelled." "Yes, I know how you see it," she answered with despairing self-suppression. "But I am going to marry him again, as it will be called by you. Strictly speaking, you too—don't mind my saying it, Jude—should take back Arabella." "I should. Good God, what next? But how, if you and I had married legally, as we were on the point of doing?" "I should have felt just the same. That ours
was not a marriage, and I would go back to Richard without repeating the sacrament if he asked me. But the world and its ways have a certain worth, I suppose. Therefore I concede a repetition of the ceremony. Don't crush all the life out of me by satire and argument, I implore you. I was strongest once, I know, and perhaps I treated you cruelly. But, Jude, return good for evil. I am the weaker now. Don't retaliate upon me, but be kind. Oh, be kind to me, a poor wicked woman who is trying to mend." He shook his head hopelessly, his eyes wet. The blow of her bereavement seemed to have destroyed her reasoning faculty. The once keen vision was dimmed. "All wrong," he said huskily. "Error, perversity. It drives me out of my senses. Do you care for him? Do you love him? You know you don't. It will be a fanatic prostitution, God forgive me. Yes, that's what it will be." "I don't love him. I must own it, in deepest remorse, but I shall try to learn to love him by obeying him." Jude argued, urged, implored, but her conviction was proof against all. It seemed to be the one thing on earth on which she was firm, and that her firmness in this had left her tottering in every other impulse and wish she possessed. "I have been considerate enough to let you know the whole truth, and to tell it you myself," she said in cut tones, "that you might not consider yourself slighted by hearing of it at second hand. I have even owned the extreme fact that I do not love him. I did not think you would be so rough with me for doing so. I was going to ask you—" "To give you away?" "No, to send my boxes to me if you would. But I suppose you won't." "Why, of course I will. What, isn't he coming to fetch you? To marry you from here? He won't condescend to do that?" "No, I won't let him. I go to him voluntarily, just as I went away from him. We are to be married at his little church at Marygreen." She was so sadly sweet in what he called her wrong-headedness that Jude could not help being moved to tears more than once for pity of her. "I never knew such a woman for doing impulsive penances, as you, Sue. No sooner does one expect you to go straight on, as the one rational proceeding, than you double round the corner." "Ah, well, let that go. Jude, I must say good-bye, but I wanted you to go to the cemetery with me. Let our farewell be there, beside the graves of those who died to bring home to me the error of my views." They turned in the direction of the place, and the gate was opened to them on application. Sue had been there often, and she knew the way to the spot in the dark. They reached it, and stood still. "It is here I should like to part," said she. "So be it." "Don't think me hard because I have acted on conviction. Your generous devotion to me is unparalleled, Jude. Your worldly failure, if you have failed, is to your credit rather than to your blame. Remember that the best and greatest among mankind are those who do themselves no worldly good. Every successful man is more or less a selfish man. The devoted fail. Charity seeketh not her own."
In that chapter we are at one, ever beloved darling, and on it we'll part friends. Its verses will stand fast when all the rest that you call religion has passed away.
"Well, don't discuss it. Good-bye, Jude, my fellow sinner, and
Part the Sixth, Chapter 5 of Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next afternoon the familiar Christminster fog still hung over all things. Sue's slim shape was only just discernible going towards the station. Jude had no heart to go to his work that day. Neither could he go anywhere in the direction by which she would be likely to pass. He went in an opposite one, to a dreary, strange, flat scene, where boughs dripped and coughs and consumption lurked, and where he had never been before. "Sue is gone from me. Gone," he murmured miserably. Sue in the meantime had left by the train and reached Alfredston Road, where she entered the steam tram and was conveyed into the town. It had been her request to Phillotson that he should not meet her. She wished, she said, to come to him voluntarily, to his very house and hearthstone. It was Friday evening, which had been chosen because the schoolmaster was disengaged at 4 o'clock that day till the Monday morning following. The little car she hired at the Bear to drive her to Marygreen set her down at the end of the lane, half a mile from the village, by her desire, and preceded her to the schoolhouse with such portion of her luggage as she had brought. On its return she encountered it, and asked the driver if he had found the master's house open. The man informed her that he had, and that her things had been taken in by the schoolmaster himself. She could now enter Marygreen without exciting much observation. She crossed by the well and under the trees to the pretty new school on the other side, and lifted the latch of the dwelling without knocking. Phillotson stood in the middle of the room, awaiting her as requested. "I've come, Richard," said she, looking pale and shaken, and sinking into a chair. "I cannot believe you forgive your wife." "Everything, darling Susanna," said Phillotson. She started at the endearment, though it had been spoken advisedly, without fervour. Then she nerved herself again. "My children are dead, and it is right that they should be. I am glad almost. They were sin-begotten. They were sacrificed to teach me how to live. Their death was the first stage of my purification. That's why they have not died in vain. You will take me back?" He was so stirred by her pitiful words and tone that he did more than he had meant to do. He bent and kissed her cheek. Sue imperceptibly shrank away, her flesh quivering under the touch of his lips. Phillotson's heart sank, for desire was renascent in him. "You still have an aversion to me." "Oh, no, dear. I have been driving through the damp, and was chilly," she said, with a hurried smile of apprehension. "When are we going to have the marriage? Soon?" "Tomorrow morning early, I thought, if you really wish. I am sending round to the vicar to let him know you are come. I have told him all, and he highly approves. He says it will bring our lives to a triumphant and satisfactory issue. But are you sure of yourself? It is not too late to refuse now, if you think you can't bring yourself to it, you know." Yes, I can. I want it done quick. Tell him at once. My strength is tried by the undertaking. I can't wait long." "Have something to eat and drink, then, and go over to your room at Mrs. Edlin's. I'll tell the vicar 8:30 tomorrow morning, before anybody is about, if that's not too soon for you. My friend Gillingham is here to help us in the ceremony. He's been good enough to come all the way from Shaston, at great inconvenience to himself." Unlike a woman in ordinary, whose eye is so keen for material things, Sue seemed to see nothing of the room they were in, or any detail of her environment. But on moving across the parlour to put down her muff, she uttered a little "Oh!" and grew paler than before. Her look was that of the condemned criminal who catches sight of his coffin. "What?" said Phillotson. The flap of the bureau chanced to be open, and in placing her muff upon it her eye had caught a document which lay there. "Oh, only a funny surprise," she said, trying to laugh away her cry as she came back to the table. "Ah, yes," said Phillotson. "The licence. It has just come." Gillingham now joined them from his room above, and Sue nervously made herself agreeable to him by talking on whatever she thought likely to interest him, except herself, though that interested him most of all. She obediently ate some supper, and prepared to leave for her lodging hard by. Phillotson crossed the green with her, bidding her good night at Mrs. Edlin's door. The old woman accompanied Sue to her temporary quarters, and helped her to unpack. Among other things she laid out a nightgown, tastefully embroidered. "Oh, I didn't know that was put in," said Sue quickly. "I didn't mean it to be.
Here is a different one." She handed a new and absolutely plain garment of coarse and unbleached calico. "But this one is the prettiest," said Mrs. Edlin. "That one is no better than very sackcloth of Scripture." "Yes, I meant it to be. Give me the other." She took it and began rending it with all her might, the tears resounding through the house like a screech owl. "But, my dear, dear, whatever—" "It is adulterous. It signifies what I don't feel. I bought it long ago, to please Jude. It must be destroyed." Mrs. Edlin lifted her hands, and Sue excitedly continued to tear the linen into strips, laying the pieces on the fire. "You med have give it to me," said the widow. "It do make my heart ache to see such pretty open work as that burned by the flames. Not that ornamental night rails can be much use to a old woman like I. My days for such be all past and gone." "It is an accursed thing. It reminds me of what I want to forget," Sue repeated. "It is only fit for the fire." "Lord, you be too strict. What do ye use such words for, and condemn to hell your dear little innocent children that's lost to ye? Upon my life, I don't call that religion." Sue flung her face upon the bed, sobbing. "Oh, don't, don't! That kills me!" She remained shaken with her grief, and slipped down upon her knees. "I'll tell 'ee what, you ought not to marry this man again," said Mrs. Edlin indignantly. "You were in love with t'other still." "Yes, I must. I am his already." "Pooh! You be t'other man's. If you didn't like to commit yourselves to the binding vow again just at first, 'twas all the more credit to your consciences, considering your reasons, and ye med have lived on, and made it all right at last. After all, it concerned nobody but your own two selves." "Richard says he'll have me back, and I'm bound to go. If he had refused, it might not have been so much my duty to give up Jude, but—" She remained with her face in the bedclothes, and Mrs. Edlin left the room. Phillotson, in the interval, had gone back to his friend Gillingham, who still sat over the supper-table. They soon rose and walked out on the green to smoke a while. A light was burning in Sue's room, a shadow moving now and then across the blind. Gillingham had evidently been impressed with the indefinable charm of Sue, and after a silence he said, "Well, you have all but got her again at last. She can't very well go a second time. The pear has dropped into your hand." "Yes, I suppose I am right in taking her at her word. I confess there seems a touch of selfishness in it. Apart from her being what she is, of course, a luxury for a fogey like me, it will set me right in the eyes of the clergy and orthodox laity, who have never forgiven me for letting her go. So I may get back in some degree into my old track." "Well, if you've got any sound reason for marrying her again, do it now in God's name. I was always against your opening the cage door and letting the bird go in such an obviously suicidal way. You might have been a school inspector by this time, or a reverend, if you hadn't been so weak about her." "I did myself irreparable damage, I know it." "Once you've got her housed again, stick to her." Phillotson was more evasive to-night. He did not care to admit clearly that his taking Sue to him again had at bottom nothing to do with repentance of letting her go, but was, primarily, a human instinct flying in the face of custom and profession. He said, "Yes, I shall do that. I know woman better now. Whatever justice there was in releasing her, there was little logic, for one holding my views on other subjects." Gillingham looked at him, and wondered whether it would ever happen that the reactionary spirit induced by the world's sneers and his own physical wishes would make Phillotson more orthodoxly cruel to her than he had erstwhile been informally and perversely kind. "I perceive it won't do to give way to impulse," Phillotson resumed, feeling more and more every minute the necessity of acting up to his position. "I flew in the face of the Church's teaching, but I did it without malice prepense. Women are so strange in their influence that they tempt you to misplaced kindness. However, I know myself better now. A little judicious severity, perhaps." "Yes, but you must tighten the reins by degrees only. Don't be too strenuous at first.
she'll come to any terms in time." The caution was unnecessary, though Phillotson did not say so. "I remember what my vicar at Shaston said when I left after the row that was made about my agreeing to her elopement. The only thing you can do to retrieve your position and hers is to admit your error in not restraining her with a wise and strong hand, and to get her back again if she'll come, and be firm in the future. But I was so headstrong at that time that I paid no heed, and that after the divorce she should have thought of doing so, I did not dream." The gate of Mrs. Edlin's cottage clicked, and somebody began crossing in the direction of the school. Phillotson said, "Good night."
"Oh, is that Mr. Phillotson?" said Mrs. Edlin. "I was going over to see ye. I've been upstairs with her, helping her to unpack her things, and, upon my word, sir, I don't think this ought to be."
"What? The wedding?"
"Yes. She's forcing herself to it, poor dear little thing. And you've no notion what she's suffering. I was never much for religion nor against it, but it can't be right to let her do this, and you ought to persuade her out of it. Of course everybody will say it was very good and forgiving of ye to take her to ye again, but for my part I don't."
"It is her wish, and I am willing," said Phillotson with grave reserve, opposition making him illogically tenacious now. "A great piece of laxity will be rectified."
"I don't believe it. She's his wife if anybody's. She's had 3 children by him, and he loves her dearly, and it's a wicked shame to egg her on to this, poor little quivering thing. She's got nobody on her side. The one man who'd be her friend, the obstinate creature won't allow to come near her. What first put her into this mood of mind, I wonder?"
"I can't tell. Not I, certainly. It is all voluntary on her part. Now, that's all I have to say." Phillotson spoke stiffly. "You've turned round, Mrs. Edlin. It is unseemly of you."
"Well, I knowed you'd be affronted at what I had to say, but I don't mind that. The truth's the truth."
"I am not affronted, Mrs. Edlin. You've been too kind a neighbour for that. But I must be allowed to know what's best for myself and Susanna. I suppose you won't go to church with us, then?"
"No, be hanged if I can. I don't know what the times be coming to. Matrimony have growed to be that serious in these days that one really do feel afeard to move in it at all. In my time we took it more careless, and I don't know that we was any the worse for it. When I and my poor man were joined in it, we kept up the junketing all the week, and drunk the parish dry, and had to borrow half-a-crown to begin housekeeping."
When Mrs. Edlin had gone back to her cottage, Phillotson spoke moodily. "I don't know whether I ought to do it, at any rate quite so rapidly."
"Why?"
"If she is really compelling herself to this against her instincts, merely from this new sense of duty or religion, I ought perhaps to let her wait a bit. Now you've got so far, you ought not to back out of it. That's my opinion. I can't very well put it off now, that's true. But I had a qualm when she gave that little cry at the sight of the licence. Now, never you have qualms, old boy. I mean to give her away to-morrow morning, and you mean to take her. It has always been on my conscience that I didn't urge more objections to your letting her go, and now you've got to this stage, I shan't be content if I don't help you to set the matter right." Phillotson nodded, and seeing how staunch his friend was, became more frank. "No doubt when it gets known what I've done, I shall be thought a soft fool by many. But they don't know Sue as I do. Though so elusive, hers is such an honest nature at bottom that I don't think she has ever done anything against her conscience. The fact of her having lived with Fawley goes for nothing. At the time she left me for him, she thought she was quite within her right. Now she thinks otherwise." The next morning came, and the self-sacrifice of the woman on the altar of what she was pleased to call her principles was acquiesced in by these two friends, each from his own point of view. Phillotson went across to the widow Edlin's to fetch Sue a few minutes after 8 o'clock. The fog of the previous day or two on the lowlands had travelled up here by now, and the trees on the green caught armfuls and turned them into showers of big drops. The bride was waiting, ready, bonnet and all on. She She had never in her life looked so much like the lily her name connoted as she did in that pallid morning light. Chastened, world-weary, remorseful, the strain on her nerves had preyed upon her flesh and bones, and she appeared smaller in outline than she had formerly done, though Sue had not been a large woman in her days of rudest health. "Prompt," said the schoolmaster, magnanimously taking her hand. But he checked his impulse to kiss her, remembering her start of yesterday, which unpleasantly lingered in his mind. Gillingham joined them, and they left the house, Widow Edlin continuing steadfast in her refusal to assist in the ceremony. "Where is the church?" said Sue. She had not lived there for any length of time, since the old church was pulled down, and in her preoccupation forgot the new one. "Up here," said Phillotson, and presently the tower loomed large and solemn in the fog. The vicar had already crossed to the building, and when they entered he said pleasantly, "We almost want candles."
"You do wish me to be yours, Richard?"
gasped Sue in a whisper. "Certainly, dear, above all things in the world." Sue said no more, and for the second or third time he felt he was not quite following out the humane instinct which had induced him to let her go. There they stood, five together, the parson, the clerk, the couple, and Gillingham, and the holy ordinance was re-solemnized forthwith. In the nave of the edifice were 2 or 3 villagers, and when the clergyman came to the words, "What God hath joined," a woman's voice from among these was heard to utter audibly, "God hath joined, indeed!" It was like a re-enactment by the ghosts of their former selves of the similar scene which had taken place at Melchester years before. When the books were signed, the vicar congratulated the husband and wife on having performed a noble and righteous and mutually forgiving act. "All's well that ends well," he said, smiling. "May you long be happy together, after thus having been saved as by fire." They came down the nearly empty building and crossed to the schoolhouse. Gillingham wanted to get home that night, and left early. He too congratulated the couple. "Now," he said in parting from Phillotson, who walked out a little way, "I shall be able to tell the people in your native place a good round tale, and they'll all say, 'Well done,' depend on it." When the schoolmaster got back, Sue was making a pretence of doing some housewifery, as if she lived there, but she seemed timid at his approach, and compunction wrought on him at sight of it. "Of course, my dear, I shan't expect to intrude upon your personal privacy any more than I did before," he said gravely. "It is for our good socially to do this, and that's Part the 6th, Chapter 6 of Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The place was the door of Jude's lodging in the outskirts of Christminster, far from the precincts of St. Silas's, where he had formerly lived, which saddened him to sickness. The rain was coming down. A woman in shabby black stood on the doorstep talking to Jude, who held the door in his hand. "I am lonely, destitute, and houseless, that's what I am. Father has turned me out of doors after borrowing every penny I got, to put it into his business, and then accusing me of laziness when I was only waiting for a situation. I am at the mercy of the world. If you can't take me and help me, Jude, I must go to the workhouse or to something worse. Only just now 2 undergraduates winked at me as I came along. 'Tis hard for a woman to keep virtuous where there's so many young men." The woman in the rain who spoke thus was Arabella, the evening being that of the day after Sue's remarriage to Phillotson. "I am sorry for you, but I am only in lodgings," said Jude coldly. "Then you turn me away?" "I'll give you enough to get food and lodgings for a few days." "Oh, but can't you have the kindness to take me in? I cannot endure going to a public house to lodge, and I am so lonely.
Please, Jude, for old time's sake."
"No, no," said Jude hastily. "I don't want to be reminded of those things, and if you talk about them I shall not help you."
"Then I suppose I must go,"
said Arabella. She bent her head against the doorpost and began sobbing.
"The house is full," said Jude, "and I have only a little extra room to my own, not much more than a closet, where I keep my tools and templates and the few books I have left."
"That would be a palace for me."
"There is no bedstead in it."
"A bit of a bed could be made on the floor. It would be good enough for me."
Unable to be harsh with her, and not knowing what to do, Jude called to the man who let the lodgings, and said this was an old acquaintance of his in great distress for want of temporary shelter.
"You may remember me as barmaid at the Lamb and Flag formerly,"
spoke up Arabella.
"My father has insulted me this afternoon, and I've left him, though without a penny."
The householder said he could not recall her features.
"But still, if you are a friend of Mr. Fawley's, we'll do what we can for you for a day or two, if he'll make himself answerable."
"Yes, yes," said Jude. "She has really taken me quite unawares, but I should wish to help her out of her difficulty." And an arrangement was ultimately come to under which a bed was to be thrown down in Jude's lumber room, to make it comfortable for Arabella till she could get out of the strait she was in, not by her own fault as she declared, and return to her father's again. While they were waiting for this to be done, Arabella said,
"You know the news, I suppose?"
"I guess what you mean, but I know nothing."
"I had a letter from Annie at Alfredston today. She had just heard that the wedding was to be yesterday, but she didn't know if it had come off."
"I don't wish to talk of it."
"No, no, of course you don't. Only it shows what kind of woman—"
"Don't speak of her, I say. She's a fool, and she's an angel too, poor dear."
"If it's done, he'll have a chance of getting back to his old position, by everybody's account, so Annie says. All his well-wishers will be pleased, including the bishop himself."
"Do spare me, Arabella."
Arabella was duly installed in the little attic, and at first she did not come near Jude at all. She went to and fro about her own business, which, when they met for a moment on the stairs or in the passage, she informed him was that of obtaining another place in the occupation she understood best. When Jude suggested London as affording the most likely opening in the liquor trade, she shook her head.
"No, the temptations are too many,"
she said.
"Any humble tavern in the country before that for me."
On the Sunday morning following, when he breakfasted later than on other days, she meekly asked him if she might come in to breakfast with him, as she had broken her teapot, and could not replace it immediately, the shops being shut. "Yes, if you like," he said indifferently. While they sat without speaking, she suddenly observed,
"You seem all in a brood, old man. I'm sorry for you."
"I am all in a brood."
"It is about her, I know. It's no business of mine, but I could find out all about the wedding, if it really did take place, if you wanted to know."
"How could you?"
"I wanted to go to Alfredston to get a few things I left there, and I could see Annie, who'll be sure to have heard all about it, as she has friends at Marygreen."
Jude could not bear to acquiesce in this proposal, but his suspense pitted itself against his discretion, and won in the struggle. "You can ask about it if you like," he said. "I've not heard a sound from there. It must have been very private, if they have married."
"I am afraid I haven't enough cash to take me there and back, or I should have gone before. I must wait till I have earned some."
"Oh, I can pay the journey for you," he said impatiently. And thus his suspense as to Sue's welfare and the possible marriage moved him to dispatch for intelligence the last emissary he would have thought of choosing deliberately. Arabella went, Jude requesting her to be home not later than by the 7 o'clock train. When she had gone, he said, "Why should I have charged her to be back by a particular time? She's nothing to me, nor the other either." But having finished work he could not help going to the station to meet Arabella, dragged thither by feverish haste to get the news she might bring, and know the worst. Arabella had made dimples most successfully all the way home, and when she stepped out of the railway carriage she smiled. He merely said, "Well," with the very reverse of a smile.
"They are married."
"Yes, of course they are," he returned. She observed, however, the hard strain upon his lip as he spoke.
"Annie says she has heard from Belinda, her relation out at Marygreen, that it was very sad and curious."
"How do you mean sad? She wanted to marry him again, didn't she? And he her?"
"Yes, that was it. She wanted to in one sense, but not in the other. Mrs. Edlin was much upset by it all, and spoke out her mind at Phillotson. But Sue was that excited about it that she burnt her best embroidery that she'd worn with you, to blot you out entirely. Well, if a woman feels like it, she ought to do it. I commend her for it, though others don't."
Arabella sighed.
"She felt he was her only husband, and that she belonged to nobody else in the sight of God Almighty while he lived. Perhaps another woman feels the same about herself too."
Arabella sighed again. "I don't want any cant!" exclaimed Jude.
"It isn't cant," said Arabella. "I feel exactly the same as she."
He closed that issue by remarking abruptly, "Well, now I know all I wanted to know. Many thanks for your information. I am not going back to my lodgings just yet." And he left her straightway. In his misery and oppression Jude walked to well nigh every spot in the city that he had visited with Sue, thence he did not know whither, and then thought of going home to his usual evening meal. But having all the vices of his virtues, and some to spare, he turned into a public house, for the first time during many months. Among the possible consequences of her marriage Sue had not dwelt on this. Arabella meanwhile had gone back. The evening passed, and Jude did not return. At 9:30 Arabella herself went out, first proceeding to an outlying district near the river where her father lived, and had opened a small and precarious pork shop lately.
"Well,"
she said to him,
"for all your rowing me that night, I've called in, for I have something to tell you. I think I shall get married and settled again. Only you must help me, and you can do no less after what I've studied."
"I'll do anything to get ye off my hands."
"Very well. I am now going to look for my young man. He's on the loose, I'm afraid, and I must get him home. All I want you to do to-night is not to fasten the door, in case I should want to sleep here, and should be late."
"I thought you'd soon get tired of giving yourself airs and keeping away."
"Well, don't do the door, that's all I say."
She then sallied out again, and first hastening back to Jude's to make sure that he had not returned, began her search for him. A shrewd guess as to his possible course took her straight to the tavern which Jude had formerly frequented, and where she had been barmaid for a brief term. She had no sooner opened the door of the private bar than her eyes fell upon him, sitting in the shade at the back of the compartment, with his eyes fixed on the floor in a blank stare. He was drinking nothing stronger than ale just then. He did not observe her, and she entered and sat beside him. Jude looked up, and said without surprise, "You've come to have something, Arabella?" "I am trying to forget her, that's all. But I can't, and I am going home." She saw that he was a little way on in liquor, but only a little as yet.
"I've come entirely to look for you, dear boy. You are not well. Now you must have something better than that."
Arabella held up her finger to the barmaid.
"You shall have a liqueur. That's better fit for a man of education than beer. You shall have maraschino, or curacao, dry or sweet, or cherry brandy. I'll treat you, poor chap."
"I don't care which. Say cherry brandy. Sue has served me badly, very badly. I didn't expect it of Sue. I stuck to her, and she ought to have stuck to me. I'd have sold my soul for her sake, but she wouldn't risk hers a jot for me. To save her own soul she lets mine go. Damn! But it isn't her fault, poor little girl. I am sure it isn't." How Arabella had obtained money did not appear, but she ordered a liqueur each and paid for them. When they had drunk these, Arabella suggested another, and Jude had the pleasure of being, as it were, personally conducted through the varieties of spiritus delectation by one who knew the landmarks well. Arabella kept very considerably in the rear of Jude, But though she only sipped where he drank, she took as much as she could safely take without losing her head, which was not a little, as the crimson upon her countenance showed. Her tone towards him tonight was uniformly soothing and cajoling, and whenever he said, "I don't care what happens to me," a thing he did continually, she replied, "But I do very much." The closing hour came, and they were compelled to turn out, whereupon Arabella put her arm round his waist and guided his unsteady footsteps. When they were in the street she said, "I don't know what our landlord'll say to my bringing you home in this state. I expect we are fastened out, so that he'll have to come down and let us in." "I don't know. That's the worst of not having a home of your own. I tell you, Jude, what we had best do. Come round to my father's. I made it up with him a bit to-day. I can let you in, and nobody'll see you at all, and by tomorrow morning you'll be all right." "Anything, anywhere," replied Jude. "What the devil does it matter to me?" They went along together, like any other fuddling couple, her arm still round his waist, and his at last round hers, though with no amatory intent, but merely because he was weary, unstable, and in need of support. "This is the Martyrs' burning place," he stammered as they dragged across the broad street. "I remember in old Fuller's holy state, and I am reminded of it by our passing by here. Old Fuller in his holy state says that at the burning of Ridley Dr. Smith preached a sermon, and took as his text, 'Though I give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing.' Often I think of it as I pass here. Ridley was a—" "Yes, exactly. Very thoughtful of you, dearie, even though it hasn't much to do with our present business." "Why, yes, it has. I am giving my body to be burned. But you don't understand. It wants Sue to understand such things. And I was her seducer, poor little girl. And she's gone, and I don't care about myself. Do what you like with me. And yet she did it for conscience' sake, poor little Sue." "Hang her! I think she was right," hiccuped Arabella. "I've my feelings too, like her, and I feel I belong to you in heaven's eye and to nobody else, till death do us part. It is never too late to mend." They had reached her father's house, and she softly unfastened the door, groping about for a light within. The circumstances were not altogether unlike those of their entry into the cottage at Crescombe, such a long time before. Nor were perhaps Arabella's motives. But Jude did not think of that, though she did. "I can't find the matches, dear," she said when she had fastened up the door. "But never mind. This way. As quiet as you can, please." "It is as dark as pitch," said Jude. "Give me your hand and I'll lead you. That's it. Just sit down here, and I'll pull off your boots. I don't want to wake him." "Who?" "Father. He'd make a row, perhaps." She pulled off his boots. "Now," she whispered, "take hold of me. Never mind your weight. Now, first stair, second stair." "But are we out in our old house by Marygreen?" asked the stupefied Jude. "I haven't been inside it for years till now. Eh? And where are my books? That's what I want to know." "We are at my house, dear, where there's nobody to spy out." Part the Sixth, Chapter 7 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arabella was preparing breakfast in the downstairs back room of this small, recently hired tenement of her father's. She put her head into the little pork shop in front, and told Mr. Donn it was ready. Donn, endeavouring to look like a master pork butcher in a greasy blue blouse, and with a strap round his waist from which a steel dangled, came in promptly. "You must mind the shop this morning," he said casually. "I've got to go and get some innards and half a pig from Lumsden, and to call elsewhere. If you live here you must put your shoulder to the wheel, at least till I get the business started." "Well, for to-day I can't say." She looked deedily into his face.
"I've got a prize upstairs."
"Oh? What's that?"
"A husband. Almost."
"No." "Yes?"
"It's Jude. He's come back to me."
"Your old original one? Well, I'm damned."
"Well, I always did like him, that I will say."
"But how does he come to be up there?" said Don, humour-struck, and nodding to the ceiling.
"Don't ask inconvenient questions, Father. What we've got to do is to keep him there, till he and I are as we were."
"How was that?"
"Married."
"Ah! Well, it is the rummest thing I ever heard of, marrying an old husband again, and so much new blood in the world. He's no catch to my thinking. I'd have had a new one while I was about it."
"It isn't wrong for a woman to want her old husband back for respectability, though for a man to want his old wife back, well, perhaps it is funny, rather."
And Arabella was suddenly seized with a fit of loud laughter, in which her father joined more moderately.
"Be civil to him, and I'll do the rest,"
she said when she had recovered seriousness.
"He told me this morning that his head ached fit to burst, and he hardly seemed to know where he was. And no wonder, considering how we mixed his drink last night. We must keep him jolly and cheerful here for a day or two, and not let him go back to his lodging. Whatever you advance I'll pay back to you again, but I must go up and see how he is now, poor dearie."
Arabella ascended the stairs, softly opened the door of the first bedroom, and peeped in. Finding that her shorn Samson was asleep, she entered to the bedside and stood regarding him. The fevered flush on his face from the debauch of the previous evening lessened the fragility of his ordinary appearance, and his long lashes, dark brows, and curly black hair and beard against a white pillow completed the physiognomy of one whom Arabella, as a woman of rank passions, still felt it worth while to recapture, highly important to recapture, as a woman straitened both in means and reputation. Her ardent gaze seemed to affect him. His quick breathing became suspended, and he opened his eyes.
"How are you now, dear?"
said she.
"It is I, Arabella."
"Ah, where? Oh, yes, I remember. You gave me shelter. I am stranded, ill, demoralized, damn bad. That's what I am."
"Then do stay here. There's nobody in the house but Father and me, and you can rest till you are thoroughly well. I'll tell them at the stoneworks that you are knocked up."
"I wonder what they are thinking at the lodgings."
"I'll go round and explain. Perhaps you had better let me pay up, or they'll think we've run away."
"Yes, you'll find enough money in my pocket there." Quite indifferent, and shutting his eyes because he could not bear the daylight in his throbbing eyeballs, Jude seemed to doze again. Arabella took his purse, softly left the room, and putting on her outdoor things, went off to the lodging she and he had quitted the evening before. Scarcely half an hour had elapsed ere she reappeared round the corner, walking beside a lad wheeling a truck on which were piled all Jude's household possessions, and also the few of Arabella's things which she had taken to the lodging for her short sojourn there. Jude was in such physical pain from his unfortunate breakdown of the previous night, and in such mental pain from the loss of Sue, and from having yielded in his half-somnolent state to Arabella, that when he saw his few chattels unpacked and standing before his eyes in this strange bedroom, intermixed with woman's apparel, he scarcely considered how they had come there, or what their coming signalized. "Now," said Arabella to her father downstairs, "we must keep plenty of good liquor going in the house these next few days. I know his nature, and if he once gets into that fearfully low state that he does get into sometimes, he'll never do the honourable thing by me in this world, and I shall be left in the lurch. He must be kept cheerful. He has a little money in the savings bank, and he has given me his purse to pay for everything necessary. Well, that'll be the licence, for I must have that ready at hand, to catch him the moment he's in the humour. You must pay for the liquor. A few friends and a quiet convivial party would be the thing, if we could get it up. It would advertise the shop, and help me too." "That can be got up easily enough by anybody who'll afford victuals and drink.
Well, yes, it would advertise the shop, that's true.
3 days later, when Jude had recovered somewhat from the fearful throbbing of his eyes and brain, but was still considerably confused in his mind by what had been supplied to him by Arabella during the interval, to keep him jolly, as she expressed it, the quiet convivial gathering suggested by her to wind Jude up to the striking point took place. Don had only just opened his miserable little pork and sausage shop, which had as yet scarce any customers. Nevertheless, that party advertised it well, and the Dons acquired a real notoriety among a certain class in Christminster, who knew not the colleges, nor their works, nor their ways. Jude was asked if he could suggest any guest in addition to those named by Arabella and her father, and in a saturnine humour of perfect recklessness mentioned Uncle Joe and Stagg and the decayed auctioneer, and others whom he remembered as having been frequenters of the well-known tavern during his bout therein years before. He also suggested Freckles and Bower Bliss. Arabella took him at his word so far as the men went, but drew the line at the ladies. Another man they knew, Tinker Taylor, though he lived in the same street, was not invited. But as he went homeward from a late job, on the evening of the party, he had occasion to call at the shop for trotters. There were none in, but he was promised some the next morning. While making his inquiry, Taylor glanced into the back room, and saw the guests sitting round, card-playing and drinking, and otherwise enjoying themselves at Don's expense. He went home to bed, and on his way out next morning wondered how the party went off. He thought it hardly worth while to call at the shop for his provisions at that hour, Don and his daughter being probably not up, if they caroused late the night before. However, he found in passing that the door was open, and he could hear voices within, though the shutters of the meat stall were not down. He went and tapped at the sitting-room door, and opened it. "Well, to be sure," he said, astonished. Hosts and guests were sitting card-playing, smoking, and talking, precisely as he had left them 11 hours earlier. The gas was burning and the curtains drawn, though it had been broad daylight for 2 hours out of doors. "Yes," cried Arabella, laughing, "here we are just the same. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves, oughtn't we? But it's a sort of housewarming, you see, and our friends are in no hurry. Come in, Mr. Taylor, and sit down." The tinker, or rather reduced ironmonger, was nothing loath, and entered and took a seat. "I shall lose a quarter, but never mind," he said. "Well, really, I could hardly believe my eyes when I looked in. It seemed as if I was flung back again into last night all of a sudden." "So you are. Pour out for Mr. Taylor." He now perceived that she was sitting beside Jude, her arm being round his waist. Jude, like the rest of the company, bore on his face the signs of how deeply he had been indulging. "Well, we've been waiting for certain legal hours to arrive, to tell the truth," she continued bashfully, and making her spirituous crimson look as much like a maiden blush as possible. "Jude and I have decided to make up matters between us by tying the knot again, as we find we can't do without one another after all. So, as a bright notion, we agreed to sit on till it was late enough, and go and do it off-hand." Jude seemed to pay no great heed to what she was announcing, or indeed to anything whatever. The entrance of Taylor infused fresh spirit into the company, and they remained sitting till Arabella whispered to her father, "Now, we may as well go." "But the parson don't know." "Yes, I told him last night that we might come between 8 and 9, as there were reasons of decency for doing it as early and quiet as possible, on account of it being our second marriage, which might make people curious to look on if they knew. He highly approved." "Oh, very well, I'm ready," said her father, getting up and shaking himself. "Now, old darling," she said to Jude, "come along, as you promised." "When did I promise anything?" asked he, whom she had made so tipsy by her special knowledge of that line of business as almost to have made him sober again, or to seem so to those who did not know him. "Why," said Arabella, affecting dismay, "you've promised to marry me several times as we've sat here to-night.
These gentlemen have heard you."
"I don't remember it," said Jude doggedly. "There's only one woman, but I won't mention her in this Capharnaum." Arabella looked towards her father. "Now, Mr. Fawley, be honourable," said Donn. "You and my daughter have been living here together these 3 or 4 days, quite on the understanding that you were going to marry her. Of course, I shouldn't have had such goings on in my house if I hadn't understood that. As a point of honour, you must do it now." "Don't say anything against my honour," enjoined Jude hotly, standing up. "I'd marry the whore of Babylon rather than do anything dishonourable. No reflection on you, dear. It's a mere rhetorical figure, what they call in the books hyperbole." "Keep your figures for your debts to friends who shelter you," said Donn. "If I am bound in honour to marry her, as I suppose I am, though how I came to be here with her I know no more than a dead man, marry her I will, so help me God. I have never behaved dishonourably to a woman, or to any living thing. I am not a man who wants to save himself at the expense of the weaker among us."
"There, never mind him, dearie," said she, putting her cheek against Jude's. "Come up and wash your face, and just put yourself tidy, and off we'll go. Make it up with father."
They shook hands. Jude went upstairs with her, and soon came down looking tidy and calm. Arabella too had hastily arranged herself, and accompanied by Donn, away they went. "Don't go," she said to the guests at parting. "I've told the little maid to get the breakfast while we are gone, and when we come back we'll all have some. A good strong cup of tea will set everybody right for going home." When Arabella, Jude, and Donn had disappeared on their matrimonial errand, the assembled guests yawned themselves wider awake, and discussed the situation with great interest. Tinker Tailor, being the most sober, reasoned the most lucidly.
"I don't wish to speak against friends," he said, "but it do seem a rare curiosity for a couple to marry over again. If they couldn't get on the first time when their minds were limp, they won't the second, by my reckoning."
"Do you think he'll do it?"
"He's been put upon his honour by the woman, so he made."
"He'd hardly do it straight off like this. He's got no licence or anything."
"She's got that, bless you. Didn't you hear her say so to her father?"
"Well," said Tinker Tailor, relighting his pipe at the gas jet, "take her altogether, limb by limb, she's not such a bad-looking piece, particular by candlelight. To be sure, halfpence that have been in circulation can't be expected to look like new ones from the mint, but for a woman that's been knocking about the 4 hemispheres for some time, she's passable enough. A little bit thick in the flitch, perhaps, but I like a woman that a puff of wind won't blow down." Their eyes followed the movements of the little girl as she spread the breakfast cloth on the table they had been using, without wiping up the slops of liquor. The curtains were undrawn, and the expression of the house made to look like mourning. Some of the guests, however, fell asleep in their chairs. One or two went to the door, and gazed along the street more than once. Tinker Tailor was the chief of these, and after a time he came in with a leer on his face. "By gad, they are coming! I think the deed's done." "No," said Uncle Joe, following him in. "Take my word, he turned rusty at the last minute. They're walking in a very unusual way, and that's the meaning of it." They waited in silence till the wedding party could be heard entering the house. First into the room came Arabella boisterously, and her face was enough to show that her strategy had succeeded. "Mrs. Fawley, I presume?" said Tinker Tailor with mock courtesy.
"Certainly, Mrs. Fawley again,"
replied Arabella blandly, pulling off her glove and holding out her left hand. "There's the padlock, see. Well, it was a very nice, gentlemanly man indeed. I mean the clergyman. He said to me, as gentle as a babe when all was done, 'Mrs. Fawley, I congratulate you heartily,' he says, 'for having heard your history and that of your husband, I think you have both done the right and proper thing. And for your past errors as a wife and his as a husband, I think you ought now to be forgiven by the world, as you have been forgiven by each other,' says he. Yes, he was a very nice, gentlemanly man. The Church don't recognize divorce in her dogma, strictly speaking, he says, and bear in mind the words of the service in your goings out and your comings in. What God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Yes, he was a very nice, gentlemanly man.
But, Jude, my dear, you were enough to make a cat laugh. You walked that straight and held yourself that steady that one would have thought you were going 'prentice to a judge, though I knew you were seeing double all the time from the way you fumbled with my finger." "I said I'd do anything to save a woman's honour," muttered Jude, "and I've done it." "Well now, old dearie, come along and have some breakfast." "I want some more whisky," said Jude stolidly. "Nonsense, dear, not now. There's no more left. The tea will take the muddle out of our heads, and we shall be as fresh as larks." "All right. I've married you. She said I ought."
Part the Sixth, Chapter 8 of Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Michaelmas came and passed, and Jude and his wife, who had lived but a short time in her father's house after their remarriage, were in lodgings on the top floor of a dwelling nearer to the centre of the city. He had done a few days' work during the 2 or 3 months since the event, but his health had been indifferent, and it was now precarious. He was sitting in an armchair before the fire, and coughed a good deal. "I've got a bargain for my trouble in marrying thee over again," Arabella was saying to him. "I shall have to keep 'ee entirely. That's what 'twill come to. I shall have to make black potting sausages and hawk 'em about the streets, all to support an invalid husband I'd no business to be saddled with at all. Why didn't you keep your health, deceiving one like this? You were well enough when the wedding was."
"Ah, yes," said he, laughing acridly. "I have been thinking of my foolish feeling about the pig you and I killed during our first marriage. I feel now that the greatest mercy that could be vouchsafed to me would be that something should serve me as I served that animal."
This was the sort of discourse that went on between them every day now. The landlord of the lodging, who had heard that they were a queer couple, had doubted if they were married at all, especially as he had seen Arabella kiss Jude one evening when she had taken a little cordial, and he was about to give them notice to quit till, by chance overhearing her one night haranguing Jude in rattling terms, and ultimately flinging a shoe at his head, he recognized the note of genuine wedlock, and concluding that they must be respectable, said no more. Jude did not get any better, and one day he requested Arabella, with considerable hesitation, to execute a commission for him. She asked him indifferently what it was.
"To write to Sue."
"What in the name do you want me to write to her for?"
"To ask how she is, and if she'll come to see me, because I'm ill, and should like to see her once again."
"It is like you to insult a lawful wife by asking such a thing."
"It is just in order not to insult you that I ask you to do it. You know I love Sue. I don't wish to mince the matter. There stands the fact. I love her. I could find a dozen ways of sending a letter to her without your knowledge, but I wish to be quite above board with you, and with her husband. A message through you asking her to come is at least free from any odour of intrigue. If she retains any of her old nature at all, she'll come."
"You've no respect for marriage whatever, or its rights and duties."
"What does it matter what my opinions are, a wretch like me? Can it matter to anybody in the world who comes to see me for half an hour, here with one foot in the grave? Come. Please write, Arabella," he pleaded. "Repay my candour by a little generosity."
"I should think not."
"Not just once? Oh, do."
He felt that his physical weakness had taken away all his dignity.
"What do you want her to know how you are for? She don't want to see ye. She's the rat that forsook the sinking ship."
"Don't, don't."
"And I stuck to un, the more fool I. Have that strumpet in the house, indeed."
Almost as soon as the words were spoken, Jude sprang from the chair, and before Arabella knew where she was, he had her on her back upon a little couch which stood there, he kneeling above her.
"Say another word of that sort," he whispered, "and I'll kill you here and now. I've everything to gain by it, my own death not being the least part. So don't think there's no meaning in what I say."
"What do you want me to do?"
gasped Arabella.
"Promise never to speak of her. Very well, I do. I take your word, he said scornfully as he loosened her. But what it is worth, I can't say.
You couldn't kill the pig, but you could kill me.
Ah, there you have me. No, I couldn't kill you, even in a passion. Taunt away.
He then began coughing very much, and she estimated his life with an appraiser's eye as he sank back ghastly pale.
I'll send for her, Arabella murmured, if you'll agree to my being in the room with you all the time she's here.
The softer side of his nature, the desire to see Sue, made him unable to resist the offer even now, provoked as he had been, and he replied breathlessly,
Yes, I agree. Only send for her.
In the evening he inquired if she had written.
Yes, she said. I wrote a note telling her you were ill and asking her to come tomorrow or the day after. I haven't posted it yet.
The next day Jude wondered if she really did post it, but would not ask her. A foolish hope that lives on a drop and a crumb made him restless with expectation. He knew the times of the possible trains, and listened on each occasion for sounds of her. She did not come, but Jude would not address Arabella again thereon. He hoped and expected all the next day, but no Sue appeared, neither was there any note of reply. Then Jude decided in the privacy of his mind that Arabella had never posted hers, although she had written it. There was something in her manner which told it. His physical weakness was such that he shed tears at the disappointment when she was not there to see. His suspicions were, in fact, well founded. Arabella, like some other nurses, thought that your duty towards your invalid was to pacify him by any means, short of really acting upon his fancies. He never said another word to her about his wish or his conjecture. A silent, undiscerned resolve grew up in him, which gave him, if not strength, stability and calm. One midday, when, after an absence of 2 hours, she came into the room, she beheld the chair empty. Down she flopped on the bed, and, sitting, meditated.
"Now where the devil is my man gone to?" she said.
A driving rain from the north-east had been falling with more or less intermission all the morning, and looking from the window at the dripping spouts, it seemed impossible to believe that any sick man would have ventured out to almost certain death. Yet a conviction possessed Arabella that he had gone out, and it became a certainty when she had searched the house.
"If he's such a fool, let him be," said she. "I can do no more."
Jude was at that moment in a railway train that was drawing near to Alfredston, oddly swathed, pale as a monumental figure in alabaster, and much stared at by other passengers. An hour later his thin form, in the long greatcoat and blanket he had come with, but without an umbrella, could be seen walking along the 5-mile road to Marygreen. On his face showed the determined purpose that alone sustained him, but to which has weakness afforded a sorry foundation. By the uphill walk he was quite blown, but he pressed on, and at 3:30 stood by the familiar well at Marygreen. The rain was keeping everybody indoors. Jude crossed the green to the church without observation, and found the building open. Here he stood, looking forth at the school, whence he could hear the usual sing-song tones of the little voices that had not learnt creation's groan. He waited till a small boy came from the school, one evidently allowed out before hours for some reason or other. Jude held up his hand, and the child came.
"Please, call at the schoolhouse and ask Mrs. Phillotson if she will be kind enough to come to the church for a few minutes."
The child departed, and Jude heard him knock at the door of the dwelling. He himself went further into the church. Everything was new, except a few pieces of carving preserved from the wrecked old fabric, now fixed against the new walls. He stood by these. They seemed akin to the perished people of that place, who were his ancestors and Sue's. A light footstep, which might have been accounted no more than an added drip to the rainfall, sounded in the porch, and he looked round.
"Oh, I didn't think it was you. I didn't. Oh, Jude!" A hysterical catch in her breath ended in a succession of them. He advanced, but she quickly recovered and went back. "Don't go," he implored. "This is my last time. I thought it would be less intrusive than to enter your house, and I shall never come again. Don't then be unmerciful. Sue, Sue, we are acting by the letter, and the letter killeth." "I'll stay. I won't be unkind," she said, her mouth quivering and her tears flowing as she allowed him to come closer. "But why did you come, and do this wrong thing, after doing such a right thing as you have done?" "What right thing?" "Marrying Arabella again. It was in the Alfredston paper. She has never been other than yours, Jude, in a proper sense. And therefore you did so well, oh so well, in recognizing it, and taking her to you again." "God above! And is that all I've come to hear? If there is anything more degrading, immoral, unnatural than another in my life, it is this meretricious contract with Arabella, which has been called doing the right thing. And you too, you call yourself Phillotson's wife, his wife. You are mine." "Don't make me rush away from you. I can't bear much. But on this point I am decided." "I cannot understand how you did it, how you think it. I cannot." "Never mind that. He's a kind husband to me, and I've wrestled and struggled and fasted and prayed. I have nearly brought my body into complete subjection. And you mustn't, will you, Wake?" "Oh, you darling little fool! Where is your reason? You seem to have suffered the loss of your faculties. I would argue with you if I didn't know that a woman in your state of feeling is quite beyond all appeals to her brains. Or is it that you are humbugging yourself, as so many women do about these things, and don't actually believe what you pretend to, and only are indulging in the luxury of the emotion raised by an affected belief?" "Luxury? How can you be so cruel?" "You dear, sad, soft, most melancholy wreck of a promising human intellect that it has ever been my lot to behold. Where is your scorn of conviction gone? I would have died game." "You crush, almost insult me, Jude. Go away from me." She turned off quickly. "I will. I never would come to see you again, even if I had the strength to come, which I shall not have any more. Sue, Sue, you are not worth a man's love." Her bosom began to go up and down. "I can't endure you to say that," she burst out, and her eye resting on him a moment, she turned back impulsively. Don't scorn me. Kiss me. Oh, kiss me lots of times, and say I am not a coward and a contemptible humbug. I can't bear it." She rushed up to him, and with her mouth on his, continued, "I must tell you, oh, I must, my darling love. It has been only a church marriage, an apparent marriage, I mean. He suggested it at the very first." "How?" "I mean, it is a nominal marriage only. It hasn't been more than that at all since I came back to him." "Sue," he said. Pressing her to him in his arms, he bruised her lips with kisses. "If misery can know happiness, I have a moment's happiness now. Now, in the name of all you hold holy, tell me the truth and no lie. Do you love me still?" "I do. You know it too well. But I mustn't do this. I mustn't kiss you back as I would." "But do." "And yet you are so dear, and you look so ill." "And so do you. There's one more, in memory of our dead little children, yours and mine." The words struck her like a blow, and she bent her head. "I mustn't. I can't go on with this," she gasped presently. "But there, darling, I give you back your kisses. I do. And now I'll hate myself forever for my sin." "No. Let me make my last appeal. Listen to this. We've both remarried out of our senses. I was made drunk to do it. You were the same. I was gin drunk. You were creed drunk. Either form of intoxication takes away the nobler vision. Let us then shake off our mistakes, and run away together." "No. Again no. Why do you tempt me so far, Jude? It is too merciless. But I've got over myself now. Don't follow me. Don't look at me. Leave me, for pity's sake."
She ran up the church to the east end, and Jude did as she requested. He did not turn his head, but took up his blanket, which she had not seen, and went straight out. As he passed the end of the church she heard his coughs mingling with the rain on the windows, and in a last instinct of human affection, even now subdued by her fetters, she sprang up as if to go and succour him. But she knelt down again, and stopped her ears with her hands till all possible sound of him had passed away. He was by this time at the corner of the green, from which the path ran across the fields in which he had scared rooks as a boy. He turned and looked back once at the building which still contained Sue, and then went on, knowing that his eyes would light on that scene no more. There are cold spots up and down Wessex in autumn and winter weather, but the coldest of all, when a north or east wind is blowing, is the crest of the down by the Brown House, where the road to Alfredston crosses the old ridgeway. Here the first winter sleets and snows fall and lie, and here the spring frost lingers last unthawed. Here in the teeth of the north-east wind and rain Jude now pursued his way, wet through, the necessary slowness of his walk from his lack of former strength being insufficient to maintain his heat. He came to the milestone, and raining as it was, spread his blanket and lay down there to rest. Before moving he went and felt at the back of the stone for his own carving. It was still there, but nearly obliterated by moss. He passed the spot where the gibbet of his ancestors and Sue's had stood, and descended the hill. It was dark when he reached Alfredston, where he had a cup of tea, the deadly chill that began to creep into his bones being too much for him to endure fasting. To get home he had to travel by a steam tram-car, and Part the 6th, Chapter 9 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the platform stood Arabella. She looked him up and down. "You've been to see her?" she asked. "I have," said Jude, literally tottering with cold and lassitude. "Well, now you'd best march along home." The water ran out of him as he went, and he was compelled to lean against the wall to support himself while coughing. "You've done for yourself by this, young man," said she. "I don't know whether you know it." "Of course I do. I meant to do for myself." "What? To commit suicide?" "Certainly." "Well, I'm blessed. Kill yourself for a woman?" "Listen to me, Arabella. You think you are the stronger. And so you are, in a physical sense, now. You could push me over like a ninepin. You did not send that letter the other day, and I could not resent your conduct. But I am not so weak in another way as you think. I made up my mind that a man confined to his room by inflammation of the lungs, a fellow who had only 2 wishes left in the world, to see a particular woman and then to die, could neatly accomplish these 2 wishes at one stroke by taking this journey in the rain. That I've done. I've seen her for the last time, and I have finished myself, put an end to a feverish life which ought never to have been begun. Lord, you do talk lofty. Won't you have something warm to drink?" "Oh, thank you. Let's go home." They went along by the silent colleges, and Jude kept stopping. "What are you looking at?" "Stupid fancies. I see, in a way, those spirits of the dead again, on this my last walk, that I saw when I first walked here." "What a curious chap you are." "I seem to see them, and almost hear them rustling. But I don't revere all of them as I did then. I don't believe in half of them.
The theologians, the apologists, and their kin, the metaphysicians, the high-handed statesmen, and others, no longer interest me. All that has been spoilt for me by the grind of stern reality."
The expression of Jude's corpse-like face in the watery lamplight was indeed as if he saw people where there was nobody. At moments he stood still by an archway, like one watching a figure walk out. Then he would look at a window, like one discerning a familiar face behind it. He seemed to hear voices, whose words he repeated as if to gather their meaning.
"They seem laughing at me."
"Who?"
"Oh, I was talking to myself. The phantoms all about here, in the college archways and windows. They used to look friendly in the old days, particularly Addison and Gibbon and Johnson and Dr. Brown and Bishop Ken." "Come along, do. Phantoms! There's neither living nor dead hereabouts, except a damn policeman. I never saw the streets emptier." "Fancy, the poet of liberty used to walk here, and the great dissector of melancholy there." "I don't want to hear about them. They bore me." "Walter Raleigh is beckoning to me from that lane. Wycliffe, Harvey, Hooker, Arnold, and a whole crowd of Tractarian shades." "I don't want to know their names, I tell you. What do I care about folk dead and gone? 'Pon my soul, you are more sober when you've been drinking than when you have not." I must rest a moment," he said, and as he paused, holding the railings, he measured with his eye the height of a college front. "This is old Rubric, and that sarcophagus, and up that lane Crozier and Tudor, and all down there is Cardinal with its long front, and its windows with lifted eyebrows, representing the polite surprise of the university at the efforts of such as I." "Come along and I'll treat you." "Very well. It will help me home, for I feel the chilly fog from the meadows of Cardinal, as if death claws were grabbing me through and through. As Antigone said, I am neither a dweller amongst men nor ghosts, but Arabella. When I am dead, you'll see my spirit flitting up and down here among these." "Pooh! You mayn't die after all. You are tough enough yet, old man." It was night at Mary Green, and the rain of the afternoon showed no sign of abatement. About the time at which Jude and Arabella were walking the streets of Christminster homeward, the widow Edlin crossed the green and opened the back door of the schoolmaster's dwelling, which she often did now before bedtime, to assist Sue in putting things away. Sue was muddling helplessly in the kitchen, for she was not a good housewife, though she tried to be, and grew impatient of domestic details. "Lord lovey, what do ye do that for yourself for, when I've come o' purpose? You knew I should come." "Oh, I don't know. I forgot. No, I didn't forget. I did it to discipline myself. I have scrubbed the stairs since 8 o'clock. I must practise myself in my household duties. I've shamefully neglected them." "Why should he? He'll get a better school, perhaps be a parson in time, and you'll keep 2 servants. 'Tis a pity to spoil them pretty hands." "Don't talk of my pretty hands, Mrs. Edlin. This pretty body of mine has been the ruin of me already." "Pooh! You've got no body to speak of. You put me more in mind of a spirit. But there seems something wrong to-night, my dear. Husband cross?" "No, he never is. He's gone to bed early." "Then what is it?" "I cannot tell you. I have done wrong to-day, and I want to eradicate it. Well, I will tell you this. Jude has been here this afternoon, and I find I still love him. Oh, grossly! I cannot tell you more." "Ah," said the widow, "I told ye how it would be." "But it shan't be. I have not told my husband of his visit. It is not necessary to trouble him about it, as I never mean to see Jude any more. But I am going to make my conscience right on my duty to Richard, by doing a penance. The ultimate thing. I must." "I wouldn't, since he agrees to it being otherwise. And it has gone on 3 months very well as it is."
Yes, he agrees to my living as I choose, but I feel it is an indulgence I ought not to exact from him. It ought not to have been accepted by me. To reverse it will be terrible, but I must be more just to him. Oh, why was I so unheroic?"
"What is it you don't like in him?" asked Mrs. Edlin curiously.
"I cannot tell you. It is something I cannot say. The mournful thing is that nobody would admit it as a reason for feeling as I do, so that no excuse is left me."
"Did you ever tell Jude what it was?"
"Never."
"I've heard strange tales of husbands in my time," observed the widow in a lowered voice. "They say that when the saints were upon the earth, devils used to take husbands' forms o' nights, and get poor women into all sorts of trouble. But I don't know why that should come into my head, for it's only a tale. What a wind and rain it is to-night! Well, don't be in a hurry to alter things, my dear. Think it over."
"No, no, I've screwed my weak soul up to treating him more courteously, and it must be now, at once, before I break down."
"I don't think you ought to force your nature. No woman ought to be expected to."
"It is my duty. I will drink my cup to the dregs."
Half an hour later, when Mrs. Edlin put on her bonnet and shawl to leave, Sue seemed to be seized with vague terror.
"No, no, don't go, Mrs. Edlin,"
she implored, her eyes enlarged, and with a quick nervous look over her shoulder.
"But it's bedtime, child."
"Yes, but there's a little spare room, my room that was. It is quite ready. Please stay, Mrs. Edlin. I shall want you in the morning."
"Oh, well, I don't mind if you wish. Nothing will happen to my 4 old walls, whether I be there or no."
She then fastened up the doors, and they ascended the stairs together.
"Wait here, Mrs. Edlin," said Sue. "I'll go into my old room a moment by myself."
Leaving the widow on the landing, Sue turned to the chamber which had been hers exclusively since her arrival at Marygreen, and pushing to the door, knelt down by the bed for a minute or two. She then arose, and taking her nightgown from the pillow, undressed and came out to Mrs. Edlin. A man could be heard snoring in the room opposite. She wished Mrs. Edlin good night, and the widow entered the room that Sue had just vacated. Sue unlatched the other chamber door, and, as if seized with faintness, sank down outside it. Getting up again, she half opened the door, and said,
"Richard."
As the word came out of her mouth she visibly shuddered. The snoring had quite ceased for some time, but he did not reply. Sue seemed relieved. She hurried back to Mrs. Edlin's chamber.
"Are you in bed, Mrs. Edlin?"
she asked.
"No, dear," said the widow, opening the door. "I be old and slow, and it takes me a long while to unray. I han't unlaced my jumps yet."
"I don't hear him. And perhaps—"
"What, child?"
"Perhaps he's dead," she gasped. "And then I should be free, and I could go to Jude. Oh, no, I forgot her, and God."
"Let's go and hearken. No, he's snoring again. But the rain and the wind is so loud that you can hardly hear anything but between whiles."
Sue had dragged herself back.
"Mrs. Edlin, good night again. I am sorry I called you out."
The widow retreated a second time. The strained, resigned look returned to Sue's face when she was alone.
"I must do it. I must. I must drink to the dregs," she whispered. "Richard," she said again.
"Hey? What? Is that you, Susanna?"
"Yes."
"What do you want? Anything the matter? Wait a moment." He pulled on some articles of clothing and came to the door. "Yes?"
"When we were at Shaston I jumped out of the window rather than that you should come near me. I have never reversed that treatment till now, when I have come to beg your pardon for it, and ask you to let me in."
"Perhaps you only think you ought to do this. I don't wish you to come against your impulses, as I have said."
"But I beg to be admitted."
She waited a moment, and repeated,
"I beg to be admitted. I have been in error. Even today I have exceeded my rights. I did not mean to tell you, but perhaps I ought. I sinned against you this afternoon.
How?
I met Jude. I didn't know he was coming, and—
Well?
I kissed him, and let him kiss me.
Oh, the old story.
Richard, I didn't know we were going to kiss each other till we did.
How many times?
A good many. I don't know. I am horrified to look back on it, and the least I can do after it is to come to you like this.
Come, this is pretty bad, after what I've done. Anything else to confess?
No.
She had been intending to say,
I called him my darling love.
but as a contrite woman always keeps back a little, that portion of the scene remained untold. She went on.
I am never going to see him any more. He spoke of some things of the past, and it overcame me. He spoke of the children. But as I have said, I am glad, almost glad I mean, that they are dead, Richard. It blots out all that life of mine.
Well, about not seeing him any more. Come, you really mean this? There was something in Phillotson's tone now which seemed to show that his 3 months of remarriage with Sue had somehow not been so satisfactory as his magnanimity or amative patience had anticipated.
Yes, yes.
Perhaps you'll swear it on the New Testament?
I will.
He went back to the room and brought out a little brown testament. Now then, so help you God. She swore. Very good.
Now I supplicate you, Richard, to whom I belong, and whom I wish to honour and obey, as I vowed, to let me in.
Think it over well. You know what it means. Having you back in the house was one thing, this another. So think again.
I have thought. I wish this.
That's a complacent spirit. And perhaps you are right. With a lover hanging about, the half-marriage should be completed. But I repeat my reminder, this third and last time.
It is my wish. Oh, God!
What did you say, oh God, for?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. But— He gloomily considered her thin and fragile form a moment longer, as she crouched before him in her night-clothes. Well, I thought it might end like this, he said presently. I owe you nothing after these signs, but I'll take you in at your word and forgive you. He put his arm round her to lift her up. Sue started back. What is the matter? He asked, speaking for the first time sternly. You shrink from me again, just as formerly.
No, Richard, I was not thinking.
You wish to come in here?
Yes.
You still bear in mind what it means?
Yes, it is my duty.
Placing the candlestick on the chest of drawers, he led her through the doorway, and lifting her bodily, kissed her. A quick look of aversion passed over her face, but clenching her teeth, she uttered no cry. Mrs. Edlin had by this time undressed, and was about to get into bed when she said to herself, perhaps I'd better go and see if the little thing is all right. How it do blow in rain! The widow went out on the landing, and saw that Sue had disappeared. Poor soul! Weddings be funerals, I believe, nowadays. Part the 6th, Chapter 10 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Despite himself, Jude recovered somewhat, and worked at his trade for several weeks. After Christmas, however, he broke down again. With the money he had earned, he shifted his lodgings to a yet more central part of the town. But Arabella saw that he was not likely to do much work for a long while, and was cross enough at the turn affairs had taken since her remarriage to him. "I'm hanged if you haven't been clever in this last stroke," she would say, "to get a nurse for nothing by marrying me." Jude was absolutely indifferent to what she said, and indeed often regarded her abuse in a humorous light. Sometimes his mood was more earnest, and as he lay he often rambled on upon the defeat of his early aims.
"Every man has some little power in some one direction," he would say. "I was never really stout enough for the stone trade, particularly the fixing. Moving the blocks always used to strain me, and standing the trying draughts in buildings before the windows are in always gave me colds, and I think that began the mischief inside me. But I felt I could do one thing if I had the opportunity. I could accumulate ideas, and impart them to others. I wonder if the founders had such as I in their minds, a fellow good for nothing else but that particular thing. I hear that soon there is going to be a better chance for such helpless students as I was. There are schemes afoot for making the university less exclusive, and extending its influence. I don't know much about it, and it is too late. Too late for me. Ah, and for how many worthier ones before me."
"How you keep mumbling," said Arabella. "I should have thought you'd have got over all that craze about books by this time. And so you would, if you had any sense to begin with. You are as bad now as when we were first married." On one occasion, while soliloquizing thus, he called her Sue unconsciously. "I wish you'd mind who you're talking to," said Arabella indignantly. "Calling a respectable married woman by the name of that—" She remembered herself, and he did not catch the word. But in the course of time, when she saw how things were going, and how very little she had to fear from Sue's rivalry, she had a fit of generosity. "I suppose you want to see your Sue?" she said. "Well, I don't mind her coming. You can have her here if you like."
"I don't wish to see her again."
"Oh, that's a change."
"And don't tell her anything about me, that I'm ill or anything. She has chosen her course. Let her go."
One day he received a surprise. Mrs. Edlin came to see him quite on her own account. Jude's wife, whose feelings as to where his affections were centred had reached absolute indifference by this time, went out, leaving the old woman alone with Jude. He impulsively asked how Sue was, and then said bluntly, remembering what Sue had told him,
"I suppose they are still only husband and wife in name?"
Mrs. Edlin hesitated. "Well, no. It's different now. She's begun it quite lately, all of her own free will."
"When did she begin?" he asked quickly.
"The night after you came. But as a punishment to her poor self. He didn't wish it, but she insisted."
"Sue, my Sue, you darling fool! It is almost more than I can endure. Mrs. Edlin, don't be frightened at my rambling. I've got to talk to myself lying here so many hours alone. She was once a woman whose intellect was to mine like a star to a benzoline lamp, who saw all my superstitions as cobwebs that she could brush away with a word. Then bitter affliction came to us, and her intellect broke, and she veered round to darkness. Strange difference of sex! That time and circumstance which enlarge the views of most men narrow the views of women almost invariably. And now the ultimate horror has come, her giving herself like this to what she loathes, in her enslavement to forms. She so sensitive, so shrinking, that the very winds seem to blow on her with a touch of deference. As for Sue and me when we were at our own best long ago, when our minds were clear, and our love of truth fearless, the time was not ripe for us. Our ideas were 50 years too soon to be any good to us. And so the resistance they met with brought reaction in her, and recklessness and ruin on me. There, this, Mrs. Edlin, is how I go on to myself continually as I lie here. I must be boring you awfully."
"Not at all, dear boy. I could hearken to 'ee all day."
As Jude reflected more and more on her news, and grew more restless, he began in his mental agony to use terribly profane language about social conventions, which started a fit of coughing. Presently there came a knock at the door downstairs. As nobody answered it, Mrs. Edlin herself went down. The visitor said blandly, "The doctor." The lanky form was that of Physician Vilbert, who had been called in by Arabella. "How is my patient at present?" asked the physician.
"Oh, bad, very bad. Poor chap, he got excited, and do blaspheme terribly, since I let out some gossip by accident, the more to my blame. But there, you must excuse a man in suffering for what he says, and I hope God will forgive him."
"Ah, I'll go up and see him. Mrs. Fawley at home?"
"She's not in at present, but she'll be here soon."
Vilbert went, but though Jude had hitherto taken the medicines of that skilful practitioner with the greatest indifference whenever poured down his throat by Arabella, he was now so brought to bay by events that he vented his opinion of Vilbert in the physician's face, and so forcibly, and with such striking epithets, that Vilbert soon scurried downstairs again. At the door he met Arabella, Mrs. Edlin having left. Arabella inquired how he thought her husband was now, and seeing that the doctor looked ruffled, asked him to take something. He assented. "I'll bring it to you here in the passage," she said. "There's nobody but me about the house to-day." She brought him a bottle and a glass, and he drank. Arabella began shaking with suppressed laughter. "What is this, my dear?" he asked, smacking his lips. "Oh, a drop of wine, and something in it." Laughing again, she said, "I poured your own love philtre into it, that you sold me at the agricultural show, don't you remember?" "I do, I do. Clever woman! But you must be prepared for the consequences." Putting his arm round her shoulders, he kissed her there and then. "Don't, don't!" she whispered, laughing good-humouredly. "My man will hear." She let him out of the house, and as she went back she said to herself, "Well, weak women must provide for a rainy day, and if my poor fellow upstairs do go off, as I suppose he will soon, it's well to keep chances open. I can't." Part the 6th, Chapter 11 of Jude the Obscure, by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last pages to which the chronicler of these lives would ask the reader's attention are concerned with a scene in and out of Jude's bedroom when leafy summer came round again. His face was now so thin that his friends would hardly have known him. It was afternoon, and Arabella was at the looking-glass curling her hair, which operation she performed by heating an umbrella stay in the flame of a candle she had lighted, and using it upon the flowing lock. When she had finished this, practised a dimple, and put on her things, she cast her eyes round upon Jude. He seemed to be sleeping, though his position was an elevated one, his malady preventing him lying down. Arabella, hatted, gloved, and ready, sat down and waited, as if expecting someone to come and take her place as nurse. Certain sounds from without revealed that the town was in festivity, though little of the festival, whatever it might have been, could be seen here. Bells began to ring, and the notes came into the room through the open window, and travelled round Jude's head in a hum. They made her restless, and at last she said to herself, "Why ever doesn't father come?" She looked again at Jude, critically gauged his ebbing life, as she had done so many times during the late months, and glancing at his watch, which was hung up by way of timepiece, rose impatiently. Still he slept, and coming to a resolution she slipped from the room, closed the door noiselessly, and descended the stairs. The house was empty. The attraction which moved Arabella to go abroad had evidently drawn away the other inmates long before. It was a warm, cloudless, enticing day. She shut the front door and hastened round into Chief Street, and when near the theatre could hear the notes of the organ, a rehearsal for a coming concert being in progress. She entered under the archway of Oldgate College, where men were putting up awnings round the quadrangle for a ball in the hall that evening. People who had come up from the country for the day were picnicking on the grass, and Arabella walked along the gravel paths and under the aged limes. But finding this place rather dull, she returned to the streets, and watched the carriages drawing up for the concert, numerous dons and their wives, and undergraduates with gay female companions, crowding up likewise. When the doors were closed and the concert began, she moved on. The powerful notes of that concert rolled forth through the swinging yellow blinds of the open windows, over the housetops, and into the still air of the lanes. They reached so far as the room in which Jude lay, and it was about this time that his cough began again and awakened him. As soon as he could speak he murmured, his eyes still closed,
"A little water, please."
Nothing but the deserted room received his appeal, and he coughed to exhaustion again, saying still more feebly,
"Water. Some water. Sue. Arabella."
The room remained still as before. Presently he gasped again.
"Throat. Water. Sue, darling. Drop of water, please. Oh, please."
No water came, and the organ notes, faint as a bee's hum, rolled in as before. While he remained, his face changing, shouts and hurrahs came from somewhere in the direction of the river.
"Ah, yes, the remembrance games,"
he murmured.
"And I here, and Sue defiled."
The hurrahs were repeated, drowning the faint organ notes. Jude's face changed more. He whispered slowly, his parched lips scarcely moving,
"Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, There is a man-child conceived."
"Hurrah!"
"Let that day be darkness. Let not God regard it from above, neither let the light shine upon it. Lo, let that night be solitary. Let no joyful voice come therein. Hurrah! Why died I not from the womb? Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? For now should I have lain still and been quiet, I should have slept, then had I been at rest. Hurrah! There the prisoners rest together. They hear not the voice of the oppressor. The small and the great are there, and the servant is free from his master. Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery, and life unto the bitter in soul?"
Meanwhile, Arabella, in her journey to discover what was going on, took a short cut down a narrow street and through an obscure nook into the quad of Cardinal. It was full of bustle, and brilliant in the sunlight with flowers and other preparations for a ball here also. A carpenter nodded to her, one who had formerly been a fellow workman of Jude's. A corridor was in course of erection from the entrance to the hall staircase, of gay red and buff bunting. Waggon-loads of boxes containing bright plants in full bloom were being placed about, and the great staircase was covered with red cloth. She nodded to one workman and another, and ascended to the hall on the strength of their acquaintance, where they were putting down a new floor and decorating for the dance. The cathedral bell close at hand was sounding for 5 o'clock service. "I should not mind having a spin there with a fellow's arm round my waist," she said to one of the men. "But, Lord, I must be getting home again. There's a lot to do. No dancing for me." When she reached home she was met at the door by Stagg and one or two other of Jude's fellow stone workers. "We are just going down to the river," said the former, "to see the boat bumping. But we've called round on our way to ask how your husband is." "He's sleeping nicely, thank you," said Arabella. "That's right. Well now, can't you give yourself half an hour's relaxation, Mrs. Fawley, and come along with us? 'Twould do you good." "I should like to go," said she. "I've never seen the boat racing, and I hear it is good fun. Come along." "How I wish I could!" She looked longingly down the street. "Wait a minute, then. I'll just run up and see how he is now. Father is with him, I believe, so I can most likely come." They waited, and she entered. Downstairs the inmates were absent as before, having in fact gone in a body to the river where the procession of boats was to pass. When she reached the bedroom she found that her father had not even now come. "Why couldn't he have been here?" she said impatiently. "He wants to see the boats himself,
That's what it is." However, on looking round to the bed she brightened, for she saw that Jude was apparently sleeping, though he was not in the usual half-elevated posture necessitated by his cough. He had slipped down and lay flat. A second glance caused her to start, and she went to the bed. His face was quite white and gradually becoming rigid. She touched his fingers. They were cold, though his body was still warm. She listened at his chest. All was still within. The bumping of near 30 years had ceased. After her first appalled sense of what had happened, the faint notes of a military or other brass band from the river reached her ears, and in a provoked tone she exclaimed, "To think he should die just now! Why did he die just now?" Then, meditating another moment or two, she went to the door, softly closed it as before, and again descended the stairs. "Here she is," said one of the workmen. "We wondered if you were coming after all. Come along. We must be quick to get a good place. Well, how is he? Sleeping well still? Of course we don't want to drag you away if—" "Oh, yes, sleeping quite sound. He won't wake yet," she said hurriedly. They went with the crowd down Cardinal Street, where they presently reached the bridge, and the gay barges burst upon their view. Thence they passed by a narrow slit down to the riverside path, now dusty, hot, and thronged. Almost as soon as they had arrived the grand procession of boats began, the oars smacking with a loud kiss on the face of the stream as they were lowered from the perpendicular. "Oh, I see, how jolly! I am glad I've come," said Arabella. "And it can't hurt my husband, my being away." On the opposite side of the river, on the crowded barges, were gorgeous nosegays of feminine beauty, fashionably arrayed in green, pink, blue, and white. The blue flag of the boat club denoted the centre of interest, beneath which a band in red uniform gave out the note she had already heard in the death-chamber. Collegians of all sorts, in canoes with ladies, watching keenly for our boat, darted up and down. While she regarded the lively scene somebody touched Arabella in the ribs, and looking round she saw Vilbert. "That filter is operating, you know," he said with a leer. "Shame on 'ee to wreck a heart so." "I shan't talk of love to-day." "Why not? It is a general holiday." She did not reply. Vilbert's arm stole round her waist, which act could be performed unobserved in the crowd. An arch expression overspread Arabella's face at the feel of the arm, but she kept her eyes on the river as if she did not know of the embrace. The crowd surged, pushing Arabella and her friend sometimes nearly into the river, and she would have laughed heartily at the horseplay that succeeded, if the imprint on her mind's eye of a pale, statuesque countenance she had lately gazed upon had not sobered her a little. The fun on the water reached the acme of excitement. There were immersions, there were shouts. The race was lost and won. The pink and blue and yellow ladies retired from the barges, and the people who had watched began to move. "Well, it's been awfully good," cried Arabella, "but I think I must get back to my poor man. Father is there so far as I know, but I had better get back." "What's your hurry?" "Well, I must go. Dear, dear, this is awkward." At the narrow gangway where the people ascended from the riverside path to the bridge, the crowd was literally jammed into one hot mass, Arabella and Vilbert with the rest, and here they remained motionless, Arabella exclaiming, "Dear, dear," more and more impatiently, for it had just occurred to her mind that if Jude were discovered to have died alone, an inquest might be deemed necessary. "What a fidget you are, my love," said the physician, who, being pressed close against her by the throng, had no need of personal effort for contact. "Just as well have patience. There's no getting away yet." It was nearly 10 minutes before the wedged multitude moved sufficiently to let them pass through, and as soon as she got up into the street Arabella hastened on, forbidding the physician to accompany her further that day. She did not go straight to her house,
but to the abode of a woman who performed the last necessary offices for the poorer dead, where she knocked.
"My husband has just gone, poor soul," she said. "Can you come and lay him out?"
Arabella waited a few minutes, and the two women went along, elbowing their way through the stream of fashionable people pouring out of Cardinal Meadow, and being nearly knocked down by the carriages.
"I must call at the sexton's about the bell too," said Arabella. "It is just round here, isn't it? I'll meet you at my door."
By 10 o'clock that night Jude was lying on the bedstead at his lodging, covered with a sheet, and straight as an arrow. Through the partly opened window the joyous throb of a waltz entered from the ballroom at Cardinal. 2 days later, when the sky was equally cloudless, and the air equally still, two persons stood beside Jude's open coffin in the same little bedroom. On one side was Arabella, on the other the widow Edlin. They were both looking at Jude's face, the worn old eyelids of Mrs. Edlin being red.
"How beautiful he is!"
said she.
"Yes, he's a handsome corpse," said Arabella.
The window was still open to ventilate the room, and it being about noontide the clear air was motionless and quiet without. From a distance came voices and an apparent noise of persons stamping.
"What's that?"
murmured the old woman.
"Oh, that's the doctors in the theatre, conferring honorary degrees on the Duke of Hamptonshire, and a lot more illustrious gents of that sort. It's Remembrance Week, you know. The cheers come from the young men." "Aye, young and strong-lunged, not like our poor boy here."
An occasional word, as from someone making a speech, floated from the open windows of the theatre across to this quiet corner, at which there seemed to be a smile of some sort upon the marble features of Jude, while the old superseded Delphin editions of Virgil and Horace, and the dog-eared Greek Testament on the neighbouring shelf, and the few other volumes of the sort that he had not parted with, roughened with stone dust where he had been in the habit of catching them up for a few minutes between his labours, seemed to pale to a sickly cast at the sounds. The bells struck out joyously, and their reverberations travelled round the bedroom. Arabella's eyes removed from Jude to Mrs. Edlin.
"Do you think she will come?"
she asked.
"I could not say. She swore not to see him again." "How is she looking?" "Tired and miserable, poor heart. Years and years older than when you last saw her. Quite a staid, worn woman now. 'Tis the man. She can't stomach un even now." "If Jude had been alive to see her, he would hardly have cared for her any more, perhaps." "That's what we don't know. Didn't he ever ask you to send for her, since he came to see her in that strange way?" "No, quite the contrary. I offered to send, and he said I was not to let her know how ill he was."
"Did he forgive her?"
"Not as I know." "Well, poor little thing. 'Tis to be believed she's found forgiveness somewhere. She said she had found peace." "She may swear that on her knees to the holy cross upon her necklace till she's hoarse, but it won't be true," said Arabella. "She's never found peace since she left his arms, and never will again till she's as he is now."